Referee, Sunday! Oh, terrible. Golden on it. Hola, how you doing, Senor Runnington, mate? Great to see you, boss. Good to see you, buddy. How you getting on there? Thank you so much for giving us that membership on the channel. Running Can't getting in on the X, mate. Thank you so much, buddy. Oh, Ronnie, you can manage to stay with 52 points, mate. How are you tonight, sir? Love that. Thank you very much. How's it going? Yeah, that's true, Alfie. I mean, I don't really like taking my some point. Oh my goodness me, I've got enough. Yeah, I think that. Come on. Where's the fucking talent? Should have picked the fucking out there, man. It's there, right there. No. Yeah, especially now the cheap one. Just take it there, guys. Come on. Take it over. Take it over. Take the Bible easy, mate. You're right. You can't. Tough game. Take it over. Oh. What ground are you taking? What? Mate, that's fucking so bad. I'm not having that. People just smashing up the things. Come on, man. Yeah, that was fucking. I didn't even know what to say. I'm not getting back into it. Thank you, God, Jesus. Every part of the foot is there. What was up with you with this? It's not in there. It's a weird thing. Oh. Oh no! So close. That's a fucking absolute travesty. That's amateur hour 101. Fuck! Reserve that. Oh, what? What's happened? I fired some shit. Wait, what happened there? What the fuck happened there, guys? Wait, what? Dude, did you not play with it? Oh, we did it. You missed, I thought you found it in. You did it. What? Dude, I thought you went in. No. No cooking, no cooking. Cooking the cooking. Hello! Pussy off. Oh. What a fucking pussy. Hey, wait, how you doing there? I'm a loser. I'm not going to Nothing to say. King James has kicked out another 5 memberships on the channel. You rot, mate. You're a star man, lad. There's a star man in the live chat, yeah. He goes by Sin Games, and he's a fucking absolute legend. Get in there, my son. Thank you so much for another 5 memberships, man. Crikey, dude. Crikey. Rach has been gifted a membership. Welcome in, Rach, to the Bakery Day twice over. Will Mack as well. Declan Quinn, Gingerfish 23, and TDI. All gifted memberships by Mr. Sin Games. You fucking legend, mate. Thank you so much, boss. Top man there. Big man says I'm lucky. I don't think I was unlucky. I just checked it. Thank you so much, Sin Games. You bloody legend. Nothing unlucky about that. Fucking shit. Dusty, thank you for subscribing to the channel, mate, on TikTok, man. Get in there. Bart, welcome into Lure. Thank you for all time. Probably a tough one, that. Benji, me, maybe. Since I'm sure you want to get much more, I think you're waiting for the win, so there is the 5 minutes. Hey, Sin Games, you're incredible, lad. I don't even know how many that is, but I lost count. You are insane. Thanks so much, boss. Yeah, it doesn't work, thank you. Thank you so much, Sin Games. Let's not just, too much. Proper gas, mate. There's no way that should be on the 5 minutes. No way. Yes, mate, get there. We shoot one from the corner. That's the way we do it. Come on. That's it. No, Jesse. Holy fucking shit. Sin Games with another membership. Another 5 membership. Starman. What the fuck? Dude, how many is that? Sin Games have you been there? I think you took about 45 memberships or so. $1 worth of $1 bills in my flipping briefcase. You know what I mean? This is raw, bro. This is absolutely raw, bro. Thank you so much, man. Oh, no. Thank you so much, DJ. Another 5 minutes. Here's the broadcast. The season is absolutely we need to twist the 20 coming in. I guess that means squirt, right? But do it. Just get squirting to see them. That's going to be. I've got a shadow on it because I'm playing central this time. I reckon it's a good technique. I've got a shadow on it. And we're going to get you around into this order. Oh. Thank you, RL. Big thank you. You got this. Oh, yeah, you're good. In a good way. In a good way. You are good. What the block that is, what the block that is. Two games of Super Broadband, I want to see you get one, sadly. Super Broadband, I keep saying you get your seconds so you can receive changes. Oh, that's for a ball. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's really. Oh! Oh my goodness me, right in the light here. That was preposterous. Like I didn't get a red card as well. Oh, it's such a heavy touch. I don't know what you think. Super. Come on, where's my red patch? Stop. Protect it. Protect it. Protect it. Protect it. Protect it. Protect it. Shit, like that. Please. Oh, my Jesus. No, boy. You are going to be fucking flying in that stuff. It's fucking jungle. You are jungle. I'm done. I'm fucking done with that. That's it. Ah! How am I not winning this game? Complete problem. Well, you can sound like an old woman who talks to one eye on the finger. Feel like one too. Is the thing going to get this? Can I have a read for a second match in the PC? Actually, wait until the game's over. Actually, wait. Until the game's over. do it. I'm just desperate. Every time you start to pass it around again, I'll just be desperate. Keep going, yeah. Oh yeah, sorry, teammates. I'll do it in a minute. I can't do it right now. I have to do it in like 30 seconds. Here we go. Let's give it a stop now. Let's do it. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. Is there? There's no way. Referee, that should be a foul. I mean, come on. Supposed to be instructed. It's so fair. Totally unfair. Referee has to foul as well. Ah! Thank you. He's crumbling it. He's up and down. I can't finish it. He can't finish. I can't finish that. You're going to have to put it down on the thing. I can't take it from the team. I'm playing the game here. Hey there, what's going on, little Rick? You alright? What are you thinking about? Oh yeah, you get a green, mate. This is what I wear when I play FIFA. You do that, boy. I don't know. You don't look ridiculous. Like a dog? That's an absurd. I look like a cowboy trying to look like I belong in this spot. Wow. There's so many levels to that. There's so many levels to that. Interesting. So many levels to that. Yeah, I know what you're doing. Yeah, you might want to go to I don't swear at all. I say fiddlesticks and stuff. anything. You know what I mean? Like our back to the one that makes it, maybe fuck man, who knows that? That's trolling. Well, keep it. Anyway, right. Yeah, I'm not literally coming in and not looking at it. Yeah, never flag up a notation. I find it insane and two. What if you want to do 4 or like 3 days or whatever? Good night, guys. Okay, I'm literally not talking to the phone until I'm holding up the screen. I did call you in. Every time I call you in to pass through the house, you hang out for 15 minutes. I'm leaving. Good night, good night. Yeah, I've got your man. Good night, good night, good night, good night. Yes, please. Hey, Adam Speakley, how are you doing, mate? Texting me. How's it going? It's very sharp. It's going, it's going quite calm, I think. It's not going well. You know, I'm losing 8 and 9 right now. We're absolutely fine. Good night, guys. Good night, guys. Good night. Good night. Oh, crikey. Please shut the door properly. Yes, there is. No, I didn't get anything. Yeah, outlook was the something to take it. Please, 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 I've got to play. Yeah, take this, please. Just get it. Okay. I'm starting to say now, honestly. Okay, thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, have a good night. See you later. Good night, good night, good night. Good night. Yeah, I need to change the F out in margin right crap. I will do. I can't probably do it right now. We'll do it after show. But yeah. See you later. Good night, good night, good night. Have a good sleep. Okay. Good night, guys. Thank you. Got a rule 3 days left. Okay, well, remind me after you finish that. Hey, you like, boys, you better let your mother how you getting on that. I'm having a bad time. He's on side. Ah! No way! No bloody way! Oh, come on, if he was having a blinder. Oh my god, what's going on with Donovan? He's on steroids. weak as shit. He's so weak. Fucking melt. Oh, why didn't you see it there? Rest is in the way, melting now. Just about we can talk off in the next week. Never play the game ever again. That's basically the plan. Chalk it up as a guess we can never play it again. Why am I this shit? Oh. Paul, thank you, Paul 993. This is my first ever donation on YouTube. Just for you, mate. Thank you very much for the one. United you should try fixing yourself in the mouth. Associate. Unless you play me a beat me, I'm fine. Okay? If you beat me now, you like me, then I'm gonna take your advice, alright? If you sucking me for years, man, sucking me, sucking me, sucking me. Oh, I'll be on the controller, right? Okay. Oh, mate. Fucking hell. Been games of 299 watching, 257 likes. What a great community and a great ratio. You are right, though, man. It's pretty outrageously good. Thanks to you as well, mate, Mark, man. Literally. I can't talk, can I? I'm the big one, boring. Boring, put the ball back in the net. Who put the ball in German's net? Not fucking me. That's who, you know what I mean? Not fucking me. Oh, yeah, nice one, Alfie. I appreciate it. How about you play me a beaky before I finish some advice to me next time? Cool, nice one. Let's see the goat, because I've beaten you before, so I can do this. Don't lie, Messi the goat, mate. Don't lie. Oh my god. I think something Lua was speaking to say. He took me onto something. He was a finisher for me, wasn't he? Oh my god, mate. This is outrageously daft. Yes, mate. Come on, one back. Come back in. Come on, Ramirez. Let's go, you. Come on. We're back in it. Possibly. Very doubtful, but let's just join a bit and see what we are. If we join up real quick, you just never know.
And a warm welcome on what is a fine day for football. Perfect playing conditions. I'm Guy Mowbray. Alongside me is the former England striker Sue Smith. And we've got a Champions Finals game on the way. It's the Founders, and they take on big trouble.
Cheers, guys. Great to be here. It's important that both teams focus from the offset when they start quickly. But I'd love to see some goals. Hopefully, I've not just pierced it.
This is the
Warren
famous
Williams'
team
record
of
today.
today.
I'll
They've
pick
been
one of
training
them. I'll
together
pick
for
one of
weeks
them.
now. Placed
You
alongside
need to know my
players
record
like
name.
Andre Centre-backs
Amazing.
Sergio
That's what you need to know.
Busquets alongside Georgie
Location.
Chouameni in
You need to
midfield.
know my
A
record.
striker with a single striker leading the line. Well, they've lost it. It's handed over.
We'll tell you what's in the record. England for the
Are
final
in
for
big
shot.
trouble.
Which
Kevin
one
De
is it?
Bruyne is in goal. Kevin De Bruyne plays Pablo Gennaro Gattuso in central
But
midfield.
my record
The
is
main
13
striker of
shots
the side
on
is
this game.
Marcus Rashford. De Bruyne. Promising looking attack this.
Oh!
From the left behind. Chance for the lead. Oh, they've lost it. It's handed over. It's Gattuso. 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 It's Gattuso.
Thank you for the written for the background, man. It's much appreciated, everybody. Thank you so much. Seriously. Ah! My captain confidence is totally. My parking fucking mountain. I'm fucking Jason Manson in this Christ sake when it comes to fucking short story shit. I'm fucking Jason Manson, man. You fucking dream. I'm joking again. I'm fucking joking. This week is Kingdom Come Back spoilers there. Who's going to be back to the game? So good for fucking actually. This one means nothing. That's not going to fix me. I take the FA Cup over the screen. I don't see you as prick. Oh. I'm a rage, guys. I'm a raging game. I could just quit there, you know. I just quit there. So I actually took them 45 wins, 45 points on that. I think them by wins. The love of this individual. Okay, I'm going to put this. No shit. You're literally idealising little garden gnomes. Prick fucking absolute candy melt stick fucking stay on the back of the queue, take off his fucking legs around first fucking lazy little brat. That's what you are, sir, yeah? That's what, yeah? Judge me, I'll judge you, Rick. Yeah? That's right, don't even know what you want me. You judge me, I'll judge you. Or worse, it makes you fucking bastard. Rock off, taking it. Oh no, what have I done? Oh, you're a fucking absolute you don't think the practice like you guys are winding out there and pointing the same kicker. You know what I mean? Where's the fucking support? Sorry, Brendan, thank you very much for getting me in here, man. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much indeed, man. Thank you very much indeed. Gareth Lee's controlling that at the city now. He said free winning coming in. I'm being controlling it. I don't know what I was doing. I wasn't paying attention, man. My brain's got loads of gaps, man. I'm not even paying attention, man. Honestly. Thank you very much, Sonny Griffin, though, guys. Thank you for doing that. He gives about 5 memberships on the channel. Thank you so much, man. Seriously, thank you very much. Very, very far. Thank you very much. Really showed that he range against blocks, quality tackling, height, very different. Check the on in there. It's an absolute hammer, that one, Sonny. Yeah, it is. Oh, thank you, Sonny Griffin, though, man. Very much appreciated you having us. Oh, goodness me. Really, honestly, the big one. This is good. Of course not. Of course not. Gary Lovett, hello to you, bro. What's happening? 21 excuses, Steve Presley, stop me with the chat. Sure, yeah, okay, fair enough. Let me try and do that. That's a good point. I feel like I'm winding up. What the fuck's happening? Bro, you're slow, man. Exercise monster. Oh, shocking people something going on there. Simon says Rashford is not a striker. Well, neither is Rodrigo, mate. He's fucking he probably just go and get rid of that. that? You know what I mean? What is that? What is going on here? Yeah? I remember that. I remember when you never ever beat me, ever beat me, in Coventry, in Tottenham. That's what I remember. Yeah, how did I get that for you? Never beat me. Never beat me. You can't even qualify for champs, bro. I don't know if you ever qualified for champs, mate. Never mind, buddy, beating me today, mate. What's the problem, bro? I don't know if you can work out yourself good, mate, about your fucking early hair loss. Is that what's going on, is it, bud? Sorry, mate, there's wigs out there, there's regain, there's, you know, there's like stimulative treatments you can get for your fucking hair. You don't have to take that on me, bro. You know what I mean? Go to Turkey, mate, get some hair plugs in there, like where your ears for fuck's sake. Do us all a favour, mate. Oh my god. Keep well done. Yes, mate, take the net by phone, come on, yes. Fuck yeah. What? I've got a lion's mane of hair, bro. What are you talking about? I've got fucking lion's mane, man. Take a piss, bro. Yeah, I'm balding, you know. I'm seriously balding back to full on. It's not like a fucking mane of hair, mate. Yeah? Take it. That's what you think it's doing. Oh, that makes you feel the bald individual, sir. That's right, mate. That's right, mate, bro. Yeah, check out. Look at more hair in your fucking Mississippi boy. Which is way yellow. Huh? That's right, sir. There you are. I'm bald, am I? I ain't bald. You're bald, mate. You're bald, mate. I'm a hairy individual, mate. Yeah? Oh, get good. I'll play kid here. Ah, you think I'm cute. You know I'm sexy. I can chill up and down your spine. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Boy. I'm just a sexy boy. Sexy boy. Jesus, I just want to start. Not boring to take that. Just bolding. Bolding. Like Claire Balding. Like Claire Balding. Like Claire Balding. You know what I'm saying? Claire Balding. That's what I mean. Something. He should have never got rid of Lewandowski. He's just my sort of player. He's banging the goal for me. You know, when he gets a chance, he's banging it. Whereas the finishers I've got at the moment, they can't finish. They can't finish his chances off. Pathetic. Oh. We got some technology, but we got 24 icons. We also let's just do that 300 up in the same second. 300 seconds. 300 kilometers in a second. We're going to do it. Sorry, we'll advise for others to not put food on the list. In fact, what bloke even uses these shots? You have to, Mr. Jones, are you serious? I'm going to make you. What are you doing? That's suspect, that. You know what, mate? Go in there raw and keep the heavy tip on big with me. You know what I mean? Like a proper, you know what I'm saying? Like a proper bloke of that. On a Tuesday, getting it on bullshit. That's what I'm listening to. You can actually do it all over. I got a heavy tip on big with me. I'm going to do that. But the bloke, he's like, oh, let me see this guy. Big up yourself, man. If you hate people know that the family still around. You can tell us in football team that was in school. And he knows about the fighting bit. Don't you? You know about the accolades in goal in between the sticks. You know, you fucking know. You know. You know, you probably only do stuff, though. You know. You know. You know goals are big. That's it. Fucking get in there, my son. Come on, yes, bro. Yes, bro. Let's go. Looks like you might have actually. Hey, and he's made quick noise. Come on. So, as it turns out, we shacked it. We have only managed to get to 9 wins this weekend, folks. Only 9 wins. We can't actually get to. No, we can't get to 51 points. We bollocked it, guys. We've actually bollocked it. What a pathetic series of events this weekend. Travis says, nice one. M1 says, I don't know how to gift on YouTube. I see you. Oh, thank you, M1, for sending us some gifts on TikTok there, man. Sorry I missed that. M1, thank you, boss. You sent me a few pumpkins and a couple of footballs there on TikTok, mate. Nice one. Thank you very much, M1. Top man, top man. That's very kind of you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, man. 9 wins, Mike. It's not nice, man. It's dash, man. I'm not too bad, guys. So you know here. 9 wins for everybody. It's terrible, young Burby. It's fucking awful, bro. I'm going to be nice and give the last win. I didn't get a single win gifted to me this weekend by anybody, by the way. Not one person gave me a free win. Not one. Thank you, M1, for coming to me on YouTube Live before. Thank you, M1, man. Vincent says, anything I see with TikTok, you need to get, I think it's 60 points to get 49p. Oh, fair play, I've got 21 so far, lad. You know what I mean? It's got to be down there. I'm just trying to grow it, and then I'm streaming at the same time on there. My idea is that hopefully people find it on TikTok and come over from YouTube and subscribe. That's what I'm hoping. Missing chips is 9 wins is calm. Do you reckon it is? I reckon it's cash though. Thank you, Cases. Well done on the 9 win thing despite being cash. Cash is good, really. It's not good, really, mate. 9 wins is a abysmal response, mate. I only like to get at least a minimum of 11. If I don't get a minimum, I feel like a full on fail there. Full on fail. I'm giving this guy 3 wins because I'm a nice guy like that. And nobody's going to do it for me. I'll do it for him because I'm a nice guy like that. If I said it like it's 9 now, I think I've only got less than 9 at right? Mine's just cash. That means I've failed hard. So we'll study all this together. I hope you like it. Right, we're going to have a pack opening, guys. When we hit 300 likes, everyone, smash that like button. We're close to 300 likes. Screw it. Thank you, Boothman. I'm not going to pack anything for Boothman. I've got cash rewards, mate. Look at these cash rewards I've got, mate. At least I've got enough qualification points to not have to try and buy with you. I'm going to get cash rewards. Before I do that, just going to complete one or two SBCs and claim my objective. Surely there's some objectives to claim here. But in all seriousness, you're not going to get back to still one mediocre bastard. Well, I guess don't take it. Thanks for the positivity, mate. I'm sorry to call you a full bastard, man. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. To be fair, we all know you've got flowing locks, mate. Just not on the top of your head, that's all. But thank you so much, Peter, that you legend. That's very kind of you, man. Let's be honest, the chat distracts you, though, if you won't think you get 40 wins. I do think you're right, actually, Nani. Honestly, I do. I mean, I'm not saying I'm a top tier player. I think 14 would be an achievement. 14. But I do think I could get 14, man. Could get 14 most weeks if I wasn't streaming. You're right. It's a distraction. Not only the chat, but Mrs. P as well. Just say that direct. They're blatantly obviously getting more wins, mate. Absolute fact. You're right about that. Thank you for noticing that. You are spot on. You're absolutely bang right about that, man. Get Lua back. I think I should actually. That's the one that you think I should get Lua back, guys. Also, it seems a waste of time. No, yeah, maybe I should have done that. He's just such a person for me. Why don't we test it? It's not safe if you want, but when he gets the shot, bang! He just needs to have a fair shot on that. I think he's not playing well, but he never plays well again. That's a fair point. Maybe it also makes you lose that much if you buy more packs or some shit.
Alongside me is the former England striker Sue's Village. Big trouble.
Yes, mate. Good luck to you, the champ. How's your record at the moment? I don't know, things, mate. They just get on a bit now, aren't they? Check out the TikTok. Vincent, mate, thanks for setting up a football lad. That's been there for setting up a football on TikTok there. Thank you for the 11 footballs. Thank you for setting up 11 footballs and one potato as well. Potato! Thank you for setting up a potato, Vincent. What are you trying to say, mate? What are you trying to say? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm not 10 and 0. Oh, yeah, I'll get a brilliant. Okay, fantastic, man. Yes, please do. Send me your Facebook media tomorrow. But that is, that's bloody good. I mean, that's embarrassing me right there, Marty. You played 3 games, got 10 wins. I played 20 and I got 9. There's levels to this game, you know what I mean? Let's do the really spectacular game. That's how much people love them. I do it. I find this entertaining myself to read all the live chat and see what I play. If I just sat here and didn't read the chat, I would get bored. I know it's about the end of the day and everything, but I would get bored myself. I must admit. Right, let's go to the old FTC here. You're going to try and think, hey, take it out of play night, my friend. Have a great night, take it out. Appreciate that. Yeah, get some beauty sleep. The hair ain't going to go back in the sun, you know what I'm saying? Have a good night, take care. Stay classy, Don. Say good night, take care, everyone. I appreciate you, honestly. Okay, what have we got? What have we got here? Right, let's do this Trailblazers chat. You hate streams when they only read 2 chats. Yeah, that's so daft, isn't it, King? I can't stand those people either. Sunday. Put some beat in your head, cadet. Anything after that. Well, let's do this one FTC, maybe one other one. Maybe one. And then we can have our pack opening. Pack opening when we hit 300 Hey, thank you very much, Chunky, for giving us a rose there, Gray, a couple of roses and a couple of pumpkins, mate. Thank you so much for picking us up there on TikTok, my friend. Big love to you, my friend. Thank you very much for giving us some real rose there. Welcome. Right. Okay. So minimum team overweight 17 10 social England by fifth. And we're only going to get 5 points, so we've got to be from a lot of the big clubs here. There's a Manchester United here as well. Actually, so I'm not. I'm most likely second or third as well, actually, at the minute. Newcastle. So Blundell as well, man. Dash a piece of additional cord basket and chat to us because we appreciate it. I thank you, Ted. That's all right. It's not the same thing. I feel like it's medium rare for it, actually. Sometimes it's just good. Not because I'm not enjoying it. Just because it's like, fucking hell, I've been expelling vocal energy for hours. You know what I mean? The donut, you know, thank you for the donut. Thank you so much for ending it, man. Nah, that's awesome, man. Thank you so much for sending us the donut on TikTok there, man. I will cherish that. I will absolutely cherish it, bro. Thank you so much, my friend. Much love to you, bro. Liam, I'm getting a couple more packs here. Let's do this fucking melt in the light chat. It says brave delay for no reason whatsoever. You want to see the reward run. Oh, okay, nice. You want to see the reward run. Well, why you fucking neck it then, bruh? You know what I mean? I'm literally doing a couple of the decent packs. There's only a couple of them, mate. Then we'll have a shit load of packs over the bag of you fucking monstrosity, man. Liam, it's not idea, Liam. If you don't like it, fuck off. Yeah? I got Liam. You don't have to be waiting around. Nobody's making you wait. Go! Just fucking leave! Just go, mate! Do something better with your evening that you press. You know what I mean? Fucking doing a couple of little packs, get more packs plus one to pack and pack open, mate. You know what I mean? Fucking hell. Unbelievable, that. What's this? Keep the week perfect. One of three. Why did you have to do 2 squads for this? This is a shambles. You take the best, mate. What? I guess we should do it. Keep the week play or to play a pick. Alright, we'll do that. You need to calm down, Liam, bro. He's an 85 minute play. I'm going to do these two. And then that's it. Then it's back over this one. It's not like I'm making you wait for fucking 7 hours, is it? You know what I mean? You don't have to wait very long. Crikey, we just only need 2 bloody spots. And then we'll fucking every time, mate. Well, got a fair bit of fodder in this one, mate, don't I? Fair bit of fodder still in that 52. What the? Oh my god, my lungs are messed up. Oh. I did do the hero pack, yeah. I got Al James. Pretty good. Oh my god. Kitty says, hurry up to Liam's bedtime. Dude, I'll try and hurry up there. Hey, what's going on there? Fact marking, Al. Thank you for getting that. Don't be telling me to calm down, mate. If I want to be animated and loud, tell me to fuck up, and I'll do that, mate. Alright? I don't need you to tell me to calm down, mate. I'm already calm. This exterior might not seem like a calm, but trust me, inside, I'm like a fucking tranquil lake, mate. Just sit still on a long, windy day, mate. I'm fucking chilled, mate. I'm mellow, man. Yeah? I'm relaxed, bro. You understand me? He's a waste of one, be banging. Could be banging out a pitchy that. We'll see. Exactly. Express yourself in some food. That's it. Expressing myself, mate. Exactly what I'm doing. Okay, that's the limit. There we go. We're 10 and a half. AC, here's an idea, AC. So now the picture. So here's an idea, AC. AC, why don't you shut up, AC? Yeah, telling people they don't have a clue what I chat. Why don't you be nicer, yeah? Why don't you stop being a prick, AC, man? Who are you anyway, AC, mate? You come to me with a non-name, bro. You come to me with just initials, man. Yeah, I'm gonna go to channel 50 channel out. What's going on here, mate? To be fair, you registered in 2019, so fair play to you. I thought you were like some fake car account. But it looks like you're just really genuinely in love with it. You know what I mean? Fair play to you, though. Respect. What does AC stand? What does AC stand for? Actual cock. 83 rated team. Okay, nice. You need 983 and 282. Air conditioning for traffic. Air conditioning. Uh, Half-time to the piggy. To do well chance, all you have to do is win more games. Ain't that hard, piggy? That's pretty good, actually. I like that one. Do you know what? After Jamal, mate, all you have to do to be humorous, yeah, is not repeat the same shit that 17 people before you have actually said, mate, and maybe come up with something fresh and original. But I know you're capable of doing that. After Jamal, my son. Yeah? But, you know, nice one. Thanks for repeating what 68 people have said in the last 2 hours, man. Nice one. Good man. Good man. You are super hilarious, bro. Wow! My goodness me! What an individual! Well, you should probably, I don't know, maybe you should go and be the editor of Fringe Comedy Festival, because that sort of thing is going on over there. Seems like the pig is going to be getting some angry mums bringing him up later, saying he's made their kids cry. Well, it's bad parenting, mate, isn't it, for us at this time? And, yes, okay, it might be some other countries around the world watching, but that's also their fault for letting them watch this stream. United says, think you play FIFA every day. How are you this fan, says United? Well, actually, I would say this. I would say that time spent on something doesn't actually necessarily mean that you're going to be great at anything. It's like anything, really. People just have to enjoy it. You
Hello,
know?
it's
I
great
use
to be
British
with you.
coming into
No
the street,
problems at all
talking
on the
absolute
weather
strong
front
words and
as
tennis.
we get ready
And
for
it's like
this
you.
match.
You check
I've
off
got faith
68
that my
times a day,
confidence
man.
will
You're
show
fucking
against the
fucking
England
converted. It doesn't mean
force
you know
on the
tapping over
Western
because you're
Front.
kicking it, you're hitting it, it's
And we have the championship of the Champions
all
finals
night
on
long
right
because
arm.
you're thinking
It's
first you can't
England
pull a fucking
versus
organizer.
Croatia.
Maybe get up
Well,
there in the real
it's
world,
England
man. You're stacking up 16 times there. You can take 2 2 3 days ago, go. Let's go. That's why you said today you know first. Do it first, you know first, man. Take yourself playing stuff. Everyone knows you are in there sleeping up your fucking shoes off the my man. And you want to cross the connection on your bed, mate. That's why you tell me talking fucking like to me, bro. Get yourself a fucking life. How's that? Very cool. What are they watching me play fitness? But what does that say about you? Not me. You're not watching me do the game, mate. What's that saying about you? Yeah, yeah. It's the fucking tactics. This game is way too tactics. This also proves that why did you make a new channel with the top short clip? You hack it. That fucking mountain just flipped over to another account from another dick. You know what I mean? Look, and then he after developed after that, he flipped back over to account and fucking Abalaka. Get a fucking life, mate. You make me the day first, mate. You're a fucking sack of crap. Yeah, whoever you are, mate. You are a fucking absolute idiot. And this one, I hope I'm not. But this one, I hope you feel ashamed of yourself. It's what you think, because that's you got. And you have to have the account to pull yourself up, mate. And that's up to me. You fucking loser. You know what I mean? What's your problem? Jesus, mate. Have you got the game? Sorry, have you got the game? Hey, Greg Alpha 2, have you got the game? smash the offer with it. You've got the game, preview shipping all in box. Right. Only take 300 likes that more for me. Thank you so much. Yeah, no problem. Okay, we take 300 likes. Just pack those in now. We're not going to say let's go over the good old. Double tap the screen on. And also, subscribe to the channel. Subscribe. Also, smash that like. Now it's time to call it a day. Time to call it a day. Oh yes, it's ladies' night, and the feeling's right. Oh yes, it's ladies' night. Oh what a oh what a night. Oh yes, it's ladies' night. What do you think of those four things? Yes, go on. I'm happy to wear today another time for Tuesday. I just want to get into the night of conversation over the show. 43 times. Consistent with there's no one who's looking for the last time. No, this is the portfolio. And I'm going to stop this one. That's it. Maybe let's stick with my okay, Charlie. Charlie. It's been half time to turn over some shit on. Thank you so much for the time. Don't do this, I'm just putting it open. What is it? I know they're not open. I know they're not open, sir. You got shit. I know they're not open. Or D5. Goalkeeper. Lopez, mate. Absolutely rubbish. Oh my god. Yeah, after tomorrow, I will play you, mate. After I've done it. Thank you, Big Fetches. Welcome to Matt FC on YouTube. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Big Fetches. So much, sir. Make sure you subscribe to me then. And crack the like. German and silver. What? His beard looks fake. And he looks like he's on a beard. It's his case today. His name's Holland. What's his first name? Fucking Arthur. You know what I mean? What the fuck? This guy's got a fake beard and a fake head. Who is this guy? I can't look at his name. What's his first name? What's the actual guy? Fucking Holland. Oh, look at his name. Luke Asshole. Luke Asshole. You lot. Luke Asshole. He's a Luke Asshole, this guy. You know what I mean? What the fuck? What a name. Luke Asshole. That's ridiculous. Oh my god. You sure it's a bit like a man? Fucking asshole right there, bro. Luke Asshole. Unbelievable. Unreal. Okay, here we are then, guys. This is your first pack for your best elimination podcast for all time. Oh my god, god. 84 plus should be a banger. It's fucking Chicky Taylor Novak. Oh my god, what a shit show. What? 85 plus happens to be exact 85. Of course it does. Of course it does. What a shit show. Pretty third world takeaways opening this half as well. Yeah, not the best one. It is slightly nice though, so maybe some stairs and later for sure, but yeah, not usually the best one. Usually sort of food poisoning death over here this time. 84 plus times 2, right, here we have it. Come on. Go on. Give me a trailblazer. Mate, you know it's gonna be shit. Croatia at best. All the even shit is in that. Oh my goodness me, it is shitter than that as well. Mikel Marino, some Mikel Sharteta wannabe, bro. This is going badly, guys. So 284 plus packs and we get 84. They're taking the piss, man. I'm so pissed off with this game. What's the point of grinding all weekend for shit rewards here? 2-84s. 2-84s, man. Oh, they're very much. I mean, I know Sonny's like a cut milestone, but I've got enough of these days. What the actual fudge? Incredibly dash. Not even a peg usage on Burnley. Yeah, no, this is bad. This is real bad. Only two more chances here to get anything good. Literally just two more chances. Right, come on, get some good luck vibes, man. These are the two best chances of getting something good here, guys, but we're probably not going to get that. Get your good luck for those who've been like that. Give us some positive vibes. Double tap your screen, make it pop into the bar. Thank you for the tiny tiny there, Luke. On TikTok, I missed that, bro. Thank you for the tiny tiny. Appreciate that. Also, smash a like on YouTube. There we go. And subscribe if you're new. Rare players pack. Go on. That's never been. It's Sebastian Heller. No fucking way. 83 minute stuff merchant. Classic, classic, classic EA. Classic EA. Classic fucking EA. EA today. Cashback. Four on the floor. Cashback. Give me some more. Cashback. They're ridiculously gas. Cashback. Give my cashback. Cashback. They make me sick. Cashback. What a bunch of pricks. Cashback. EA their dick. Cashback. Unbelievably cash. I tell you. Listen, chips is dumb. You complete gas with cafe. Howard Champion. 8 52 fucking terrible. Right, it all comes down to this then. Whether or not we have anything successful and if we can get full for this weekend's rewards. It all comes down to this ultimate pack. Otherwise, it's really quite one of the shit things. Thank you, Craig, for following us up on TikTok. That's top, man. Last time we got these same players that follow us. I like your wine. Thank you, David Cookie. Thank you, Marco. Thank you, Blue. Thank you, Cafe. Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Dynamic Melon. Hey, Dynamic Melon, by the way, nice to get it right. Thank you so much for timestamps and all those streamer these jams you can do for my editing and stuff like that. Really helps it out. Thank you, Dynamic Melon, you legend, honestly. I'm super nice of you, bud. Proper legend. Pick this one, this timestamp, man. Proper legend. Right, here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. Ready? Ready? If you want to do that going forward anytime you're watching the stream, Dynamic Melon, obviously I know it's good if you're not here, but if you're watching the stream, you want to do that right, here we go then. Ultimate pack, the last one. Thank you, Dynamic Melon. Right, here we go, guys. Thank you, Stanton. Thank you, Kieran, for the I believe. Here we go, I've opened it. It's shit. It's absolutely shit, is what it is. It's fucking. What's this? What's that? What the hell is that? What? Are you kidding me? What's that? What's that? A fucking ginter. Travis says, what a waste of time. In fact, the whole weekend was a waste of time. There you go. A whole weekend of games was a complete waste of time. Awful. And then you pulled an ultimate pack there. Dude, I think that's the worst pack. And another fucking Sebastian Haller. That's the worst pack we've had in a long time. Absolutely terrible. Guys, can we get a rating in the live chat? What do you think of that? What do you think of that, guys? What's your thoughts and opinions on that? Get a rating in the live chat. Like, how do you rate that out of 10? Surely it's a 0. It's a fucking 0, that Travis is 0. Yeah, what an awful weekend. Unbelievable. Yeah, Travis is 10 for points on that cash. Vestas is mine 14, then we got the Modric. 0. Everyone's at 0 here. Right, I need to cheer myself up. Aftab Jamal, you want me to smash you up now, you absolute bloody crawlback? I'm going to take you down, Aftab, man. Reckon he's good at the game. I'm going to back you, sir. He's good for you beat your heart, man. Shocking facts there from the A, though. Terrible. This got some good. I know, teammates, I don't know how he still getting away with it. Shocking. Oh, who wants to see me smash this belt up? Aftab Jamal's going to get destroyed. Yeah, young Birdie says smash him up. I'm going to smash him up, mate. Maybe so cool there. Because this guy is deserving of a lesson. Murmur United variant. Let's smash him up. He's playing on PC. I bet he's a bloody cheat. He's playing on PC. This guy's a cheating bastard of it. One of these bloody coders and hackers, what you would call it, mate. Scumbag. So he's a cheating bastard, this guy. Yeah, big bastard. Take it out on Jamal. I'm going to absolutely destroy him, to be fair, this game, man. Giving it a big and calling me shot. I reckon he's jacked. That's what I reckon. Is he going to come in with loan FC as well? I'm not going to use any loans. Don't use any loans. No loans unless you've got a really shit team. Because I play keyboard, mate. You better play easy. Oh, he's just making excuses already. I don't even want to play with you. You know, you're supposed to be playing me because you're ripping the piss out of me saying I'm shit, mate. You play keyboard. I'm going to back you, man. What are you talking about, mate? You play keyboard. Who plays keyboard? Nobody plays keyboard, mate. What are you talking about? Who plays keyboard? Nobody plays keyboard, man. What are you on? You'll take me out to that, sir. What? Travis has got a cold now. I know Travis is actually not going to do that. I've invited you, bro. If you don't accept it in 10 seconds, I'm going to move on to the next thing. Get in here now. Sean says he did it. Did you see Carrick got one over Rooney also ripped to Sir Bobby? I didn't see it actually, Mr. Shorty Nettles. And how are you getting on that? Yeah, Sir Bobby, man, get some RIPs and love hearts in there for him, please. Because, you know, that is just one of the legends of the game on there, man. An absolute hero of a man. Let's get some love in there for Sir Bobby Charlton. So sad about that. Right, let's back to this guy. What an absolute monster. This guy better be good, otherwise, you know, keyboard and mouse, playing controller. Yeah, I think he's just making excuses there. Yeah, Boomslang has never heard of anyone playing on keyboard. He's already made a pre-excuse. That's what he's done. He's made a pre-excuse. He's not playing keyboard and mouse. Nobody would play this game with a keyboard and mouse. I'll show you to see his team. He's making pre-excuses here, blatantly. Blatantly making excuses already. What I think. Fuck off. Have some of that out of Jamel. Calling me shit in the game, mate. You're a fucking gas bag, man. I'm gonna smash your pieces here, my son. Who are you? Who are you, my son? You're nobody. You're a peon to the pig, man. You're a peon to the pig, bro. Yeah? You're nothing. You're nothing, sir. Better step your game up, man. Otherwise, you're gonna have further people ripping the piss out of you, my son, in the chat. Saying, you know, you're a pretty big bollocks, so you're absolutely even gashing on me, sir, unless you beat me here. Better do something. Better do something quick. Better do something quick, lad. You're losing, bud. You're a loser, lad. You're a loser, my son. What are you gonna do, bud? You're fucking losing, buddy. Sit down. Sit the fuck down. See you later on, son. You have been Wade. You have been Megan. And you have been Bolton. It's found to be an untalented little troll bell. That's right. There's levels to this game, mate. Yes, I might not be good enough at weekend. You probably don't even qualify for weekend league, man. Yeah, that's right. I'm a beast of these parts, mate. I'm a beast around these parts. There's levels to this game, my son. Yeah, Boomslang says, shite this out, that lad. Just quit. I know. Total waste of time, this, isn't it? How's that for a cheeky ball, my son? Ooh, naughty. That's naughty, that. Yeah, you can't talk shit now, bro. Yeah, but we can talk shit about you, though, bro, can't we? But you can't talk shit now unless you come back and beat me here, which you're not going to, man. I'm going to get a third in a minute. Rubbish pass. Expect better from you there, Beck. Is it Steve Austin time, is it? Oh, shit, man. Give me a hell yeah on the live chat. We missed Steve Austin time. Referee. Man, the hoop man says, imagine chat shit and not being able to back it up. Oh, it's 2, not 3. Oh, my bad. We didn't miss Steve Austin time. I literally just have no clue what sort of hour of the day it is anymore. Oh, this is penetration, man. Do you want to get beaten 10-0, do you have that, mate? Shall I beat you 10-0 tonight? Or are you going to rage quit and do us all a favour at the same time? Because you have been found to be gash man at the game. As you easily criticise, isn't it? But when you actually come up against the Dom, turns out you're looking shite, man. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. Don't chat shit. Chat shit, get banged, lad. You know what I mean? I don't like handing out lessons to people in the live chat unless they deserve it, mate. You deserve it, son. You deserve it. You deserve this. You deserve every second of this. You're terrible at this game. You're awful at this game, man. You're one of life's losers, man. You're having a man, son. Constantly trying to slag people off. Turns out you actually get them. You know what I mean? Oh. Oh. Simon Lee says, let me give you a game. Sorry, man. I didn't even want to play after that game, really, because he was being so insulting and complete prick. I needed to teach him a lesson. I've actually played enough people for a lifetime this season. You know what I mean? I really am. No disrespect. I will give you a game soon, Simon. I promise you. But I'm all beefing out, to be honest. I just wanted to just administer a cheeky lesson to Mr. Abchap to now. He needed a lesson given out to him and stuff. He really did. Now he cannot criticise me and my FIFA abilities ever again. Otherwise, making himself look like a dick. His keyboard's sticky. We are not surprised with 68 points today, man. Or was that somebody else? I think that's United, actually. Somebody. They're all virgins, mate. Oh, man. Go on, score a goal now. I dare you. It's Jake, this guy is fresh. I'll give you a game. No, I'm sure you will, Jake. You haven't chatted any shit to me, man. I appreciate it. But just having a weekly selection of nothing, mate. That's
I'm
all.
Derek Ray, your match commentator, and alongside providing all the tactical analysis is Stuart
Bless
Robson.
him. He's still
He's
trying,
on
man.
the
Got to
marathon
respect
of
it.
the
There's
Champions
our sign
finals
and
coming
oh,
right
I'm
up.
being trying to do
Stuart,
that,
tell
my
us
sir.
about your
Please,
pre-match
like the
thoughts.
who's half travel vengeance over. I'd say it's got to be after Jamal. I think I'll go as far as to say after Jamal is the worst player I've ever come across on FIFA in the 36 years on this planet. I think he's the worst player I've ever seen, mate. Listen to Chris O'Kelly right on his old account. It's basically after Jamal's old account. Look at him trying to back himself up. Look at this one. This guy's going to people so mercy. Not there. It's not about that, mate. It's about seeing what his talents were. Turns out he's a freak for individuals when he's actually best at the game. That's what pisses me off, mate. People giving the old figures. Giving the old figures. That's what he's doing, giving the old figures. Yeah, Chris is deep behind that stuff there, isn't he? That big stuff. Keyboard. Oh, yeah. That's nobody believes they're using a keyboard, mate. Nobody spends 40, 50 quid on the game to play the game on keyboard. Nobody believes that. You're just shit to dick it, man. Nobody plays keyboard. It's not that stupid smash shit, man. You're crazy. He uses keyboard and mouse right now. Nobody believes that for a second. Nobody would buy this game and play it on keyboard and mouse. It must be a class and technology. No one would do that. Crazy. Seriously, I want to get your face saying no more now. Well, thank you, Stuart. Please do. Well, thank you very much for the 4.99 people because I think you want to thank Farmer. Give us you ate it. Bam. Lovely, mate. Last action heroes for it. Unfortunately, love it. Here's a couple more entries for you. How does that feel? How does that taste, mate? Taste the bitter disappointment there at Captain Armour, sir. Please. Thank you so much, Fly. Let's get some love in there for Fly. Just for the feedback. Thank you so much. Getting to be a part of that. Come on. You look at where you too. on, Jimmy. Come on, right here waiting. Come on, what are you waiting for? Come on, do it now, I touch him on. Come on, Jimmy. Come on, I'm right here waiting. Come on. Shit, are you boss?
Well, here's the replay. It's a really vital ball played into the box, begging players to attack it. And what a great finish it is. Struck with power and accuracy, certainly no stopping that.
5-0. 5-0. Jesus, it's always because of pay because I feel like it's not take people that aren't earning money. So they can do it. I know about that. I know. I think there are a lot of people that don't, they just don't do the fine. They're not going to do it. They're saying my friend as well. You know? Oh, some people just do it. You have to be realistic. I'm not that great at the game. I say I'm better than average. I'll admit I'm not that great at the game. Well, I certainly am better than this Atman Jamal mug, so he can't give me any criticism ever again in his whole life. Otherwise, he's making himself look like a shit. Certainly better than this guy. That's right. Oh, oh, well done there, Atman Jamal. You nearly got a shot off on my goal there, lad. Very nearly. All right, lucky one there, mate. Fucking lucky one, bro. Yeah. Fair play. Fair play. Don't mean shit. Don't change shit, mate. Fucking lay on it, mate. Lucky. All right. Looking lucky there, bro. Really. Make it 7-1. You wish you'd find command there, young fella. Let's go make it 7-1. It's been a while since I scored, so let's go score another couple. I like his style. Oh, mate, he's fucking humiliating me. Oh, no, wait. It's 5-2, lad. I mean, no, wait. It's 5-2 and I'm streaming reading the chat and shit. You fucking dash out to help him out my shirt. Remember it. All right, let's go get another one. Ugh. Wonder what excuse he's going to come up with at the end of this, eh? I do wonder. Ah, shut up. Oh. Alright, fair play to you. You done well there, mate. You done alright there, mate. Well done, well done. Still battered, you know, mate. Take my eyes off the prize, that's why. You're making shit, son. Stanley says, Pig, I want to smoke you so bad. Well, I ain't weed, mate. You can't smoke me, bro. I'm not doing it. Oh, you smoke you right off. GG, GG, mate. Unlucky, unlucky. You have been weighed, you have been measured, and you have been found wanting, sir. You have been found wanting. GG's that touch about. Let's get some GG's in the live chat. He did actually come back and get a couple of goals to be fair to him. He's done alright. He's not totally shit, I suppose. You know? But fair play to him. I like his style, lad. Aftab says, you want to see a pic of my keyboard and mouse, mate? Yeah. Yeah, nice one, mate. I'd like to see a pic of your keyboard and mouse. That proves everything, mate, yeah? Oh, yeah, I'm going to get a picture like this from fucking Aftab Shabelle, mate. Going, oh, look, I'm playing on a fucking keyboard and mouse, mate. Yeah, oh, yeah, that proves everything, doesn't it, man? You fucking what? No, I don't want to see a picture of your keyboard and mouse. Right. Okay. Chris Elko, you stop fucking riding our Captain speeders now, listen, we don't like duplicates in here. Have 5 minutes in the corner, you absolutely fucking fell. Crikey. You basically got to control that Captain Bell. Nobody's got cash on this game without the controller. You'd be off your tits to do that. Yeah, you've been done, man. Just accept it. That's it. Anyway, that was the penetration session right there. That's what you get for chatting shit. You know, please never criticize my capabilities ever again. Otherwise, you will be made a humiliation of my son. You understand? Okay, well, that's such a matter. More for you then, son. More for you, if that's the case. More for you to play people with no controller. I mean, who does that, mate? Who fucking does that stuff like going into a very gunfight with a fucking dagger? You know what I mean? What are you doing out there, Jamel, mate? Come on, you can afford to chuck all this shit in my life, don't I? Sure, you can afford to get 10 quid together and buy a fucking controller for your computer, mate. Fuck me. You know what I'm saying? Your character is that stuff. Oh, yeah, well, that's coming from the guy who wanted to support. So, you know, that really makes me feel bad. The fact that you're calling me that, even though I just fucking absolutely kicked you down. You know what I'm saying? You lost, bro. Hey, everybody in the live chat, give us Captain Mel's FIFA rating. Give him a rating out of 10. Give him a rating out of 10. This guy's saying that shit. That's matters. He says that was my little brother. Oh, you're a kid that touching up. What the fuck? You coming out with all the bullshit, man. You give your little brother. Oh, yeah, yeah. You let your little brother play that game of football, wouldn't you, against me in front of lots of people watching it. All that shit. You let your little brother play. I mean, you are on fat like you, man. Give him a rating out of 10. It's a fucking 0 out of 10. Actually, I'll give him a 1 out of 10. He's got a couple of goals. I think a 1 out of 10. He's fucking shit. There you go. He went to the super thing. Oh, the punishment I've seen actually before I played English. Yeah, no, you played alright after that. In the second half, when I took my eyes off the fight, mate, it was just killing. You're right. Yeah, yeah. Well, it's nice staying in game mode there. Remember, you're not even streaming, man. Oh, okay, Mount on. Yes, nice one, bro. So that's definitely you, is it? I'm guessing that is definitely you, right? Yeah, it must be. Nice, mate. Nice, nice. Okay, let's do it. I'll add you as a mod. That's definitely you, is it, man? Please confirm on your other account. I'm going to make you a mod, but please confirm on your other account that is actually you. Thank you. Check you out, Mount on. I just clicked go to your channel, mate. Check you out, mate. You used to do FIFA 18 streams, lad. What a fucking legend. FIFA 18 live streaming, UK every day. Come say hi, subscribe if you want to. That's fucking awesome. You used to do daily FIFA streams. Mate, what the fuck, bro? You used to do daily FIFA streams. That's awesome, man. I never knew that. Fucking sick. It's you, okay, right. You could name them off. Oh, nice one, dude. I made you a mod. Good man, good man. It's in game too, like. shit every game. I do support United Robo. Yeah, thanks for getting me Robo. Thanks everybody's got in here tonight, guys. It's been a stressful evening. Yeah, how long have we been through for? 3 hours, 20 minutes. I think we call it a day. There, can you say that? I'm fucking shattered. I've done that much on before as well. My voice needs a rest. And we've got 316 likes on the video. That's a Steve Austin amount of likes. Give me a hell yeah. With my chat. Fair play to the video. Yeah, thank you, my friend. Yeah, no, good game, great. Good game. Just sometimes throw minutes for these lessons for people to call me shit. Okay. I'm definitely not that good at the game. I hold very, but I'm very, very much in the middle of the road. But I'm better than some shit. That's for sure. Because Ronnie says program absolutely not good. How you doing, Richard? Paul Henry says, how do you think? You know, it's going to be worse. I think that's getting the master, getting the deep man as well. It was a good one. Probably either tomorrow afternoon, John, maybe on this channel, or Monday night. Always going to be a recording stream, man. If I feel like playing tomorrow afternoon, I might just jump on and do some quarterback in the afternoon. If not, it'll be Monday night. Yeah, that's pretty cool. It is a cool name, that, isn't it? Yeah. All on the floor. Thank you, Travis. Thank you, Stanley. Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Mal. Just take my tip, but it's been like that for 6 months or more. You should be got bothered doing my shit like this. Really, that's weird, isn't it, Mal? TikTok, man. What's that about? That's in there, my son. And it's your real name. Nice. Yes, it's your real name. Let's 1v1 with Alan if they're on TikTok. Maybe another time, man. I'm actually wrapping up. Very sad news what about Bobby Charlton. Let's end with some love after the live chat for Bobby Charlton. I'm very sad to hear the passing of Bobby today, guys. Adam Pixie, have a good one as well, my friend. Thanks for getting in. I appreciate it. Take it easy, you absolute legend. Hope everything's well with you anyway. And yeah, you have a good one too, man. Thanks for watching until 2:38 a.m. You legend. Seriously, that is awesome that all you legends have stayed here so late watching a grown man melt on FIFA. Thank you. I'm not talking about country now. I'm actually talking about me. But Adam, have a good one, Adam, man. Great to see you, bud. Thank you. Kieran, Giovanni, Stanley as well. What's going on with the potato? Much for you, sir. Yeah. Travis. Joe loves the name Malcolm. Stay on that. How do you bring that up, lad? How do you bring that up, bro? You know, Gamer Boy 1TJ, Paul, Stanley, John Burns, OHB, Gamer Trippy, the Hoot Man. You have a great evening, mate. Thanks for the moderate, like the Hoot Man, the Sin Games, everyone. I want to say a big special thanks to Sin Games and also people like the Vision of Beast for giving us friendly members tonight. Like, literally, the live chat is zone of green because of those legends who have given us friendly members. People like Sin Games, let's get some love after them for them as well. Thank you, James, man. Cat Day, Joseph, Ruby, but seriously, big love to people. Thank you so much for the man love there. And also the people who's going in Raw, and Tommy Griffin as well, and anybody else that's donated over it. Crazy that people give that membership on the channel stuff, so thank you so much to you all. Thank you, Hootman, Paul, Sandy, James, Travis, Indio. Yes, indeed, all the moderators, all the members of the channel, shout to all, Gamer, Trippy, Jay, John, Astan. Listen to this fucking black. Natalia, Selena, Pepper, Beach, Luke Turner, get in there, my son. DJ Superboy by Gamer, Stanley, Travis, get in there, my son. Stanley, Jay, Malcolm, get in there, everybody. That's it from me. Guys, stay classy, stay classy, everyone. And all the super chats, like the people and all the members and everybody. Thank you so much, guys. That's awesome, guys. Stay classy. I really do appreciate you. Have a very good evening. Thank you for watching, and remember, Piggy loves you. Nice one, Robertson. I'll watch tomorrow, mate. Have a good night. Yeah, no, yeah, good man. Thank you very much indeed. Once again, you can follow us on the main channel, Flying Piggy Night. I'll pin that to the top of the chat there in the mustard. Give us a follow on the main channel, Flying Piggy Night. There it is. On YouTube, we're nearly at 37,000 subscribers. So if you don't follow us there, give us a follow. The Man United Football channel. And also, we are here on the gaming channel, Flying Pig Gaming on YouTube and on Flying Piggy Night on TikTok right now. Shout out to the TikTok posse, shout out to the YouTube posse. We'll be back at it tomorrow, guys. So yeah, come and join us for that. Thank you. We'll probably open up Owen Larley's rewards tomorrow night and do a bunch of other sort of pack openings and a bit of banter. Might play a few subscribers tomorrow night. Thank you, Stephen K. Appreciate you, Stephen. Thank you, Stanley, Travis, everyone. All right, all the mods, all the members. Good night. God bless you all. Follow us on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, Twitch, and Kick at Flying Pig United. Stay classy, and one subscribe, click the bell icon for notifications. We don't miss the streams. Once again, thank you. Nice Nice one, Stanley. Yeah, good lad getting in on the forward thing. Probably be tomorrow afternoon, if not Monday night. See you later, guys. That's the end. That's a wrap. That's a wrap. Thank you, Gavin, Gamer, Jay, Stanley, and everybody else. Shit weekend of foot camp all around with it. I played like Dash, and we got Dash reward, so just proper shite. But there you go. You win some, you lose some. But you live. You live to fight another day. See you soon, peeps. Have a great evening. Yes, indeed. Love parts for Bobby Charlton in the end, and just awful loss of an absolute bloody hero. Good night, folks. That's it for me. You guys have to remember, when the seagulls follow Victoria, as this is because they think sardines will be thrown into the sea. Thank you very much.
As I began my deep dive in discovering just how the Matrix is constructed and how society is being manipulated, I started to pay attention to the inconsistencies when it came to artists and musicians. Then it was actors, then it was TV shows. And then diving deeper into that, I started realizing that record labels were behind it. I started realizing that government officials were behind it. And it all came down to this very group right here, the Masons. We speak about it all the time. So once I realized that this New World Order agenda, these agendas that are being pushed by various media outlets, is actually being orchestrated by the Masons, I have to do more research in that. Now, I do know a couple people who are actually Masons. I'm not talking about high 33rd degree Masons. But when you're initiated into Masonry, as we saw in previous videos, you have to go through levels of initiation from first rank to second rank to the third rank, etc., etc. And like I said, I know a few people, older people in my family, obviously speaking. I have friends of family who are Masons as well, that they all are able to speak on what I've read and what I've learned in videos like this today. Okay, and the one common denominator is that they are literally based on deception. The number one thing that they always say is that as you earn your rankings and as you garner the respect through your rankings, you always learn that what you learned in the previous rank was false. What you've learned in higher ranks is actually the truth. Because the entire message, the entire symbolism in leveling up in masonry is to gain enlightenment. Hence the reason why this right here is the all-seeing eye of the Illuminati. Illuminati literally means the enlightened ones, which is why Masons are the ones who run the Illuminati, which is why on this channel we speak about how the Masons and the Illuminati run the entire world. Now, is that to say that every single person who participates in Masonry is satanic? Absolutely not. A lot of people join it as a fraternity or brotherhood. The same reason why people join sororities and fraternities. But one thing is for sure, the agenda behind overall Masons, the people who are on top, the handlers, the enlightened ones, those are the people who definitely control the society that we live in. So in today's video, we're going to be hopping into this video titled "This Mason Leader Revealed Who the Masons Truly Worship." Now, another thing that I learned when speaking to people who I know who are part of the Masons is that it doesn't matter what you worship as a Mason. It could be Christianity, it could be Catholicism, it could be Islam, it could be Satanism. It doesn't matter. As long as you worship someone, that's all they care about. Because a man with no moral compass, with no worship, with no faith, is a lost soul. And they don't allow people who are considered lost souls into their brotherhood. So we reacted to a video some time ago. Okay, I reacted to this video years ago. Ex-Master Mason exposed the satanic rituals of the Freemasons. Very, very enlightening video if you guys want to check this out. But in today's video, we're going to be breaking down even further as to why I believe majority of the Masons who actually control and actually orchestrate our society are satanic. We see it in multiple videos, but today we're going to dive deep into it. Make sure you guys do leave a like down below and subscribe to the channel. Without further ado, let's hop right into it.
Have you ever asked yourself what the Freemasons are and what they actually believe in? Are they a religion or just a club for old rich men to hang out? What do they do in their buildings that they call Masonic lodges? You might have heard either two different viewpoints when it comes to Freemasonry. Some people believe that they are nothing more than a club for old rich men to hang out, socialize, and network amongst each other, while others believe the Freemasons are secretly Satanists,
which is not false. Which is not false.
working together to bring forth a new world order under the rule of Lucifer.
Which is also not false.
In order to discover the truth, we must look into Freemasonry's past. Freemasonry has been around since before any of us watching were even alive. It's an ancient society of secrets that most of the world knows nothing about. It is documented that Freemasonry began all the way back in 1717 in England, but in reality, Masonry goes back way further than that. It has been long speculated that the Freemasons are really the continuation of the Order of the Knights Templar. The Knights Templar were a Catholic military order that grew massively wealthy and powerful back in the year 1119 during the Middle Ages. The Templars were so wealthy that they were becoming the elite, even bigger than the Catholic Church. Eventually, the Templars were destroyed by Pope Clement V, who discovered that the Templars were not about the worship of God at all. The Pope had discovered that the Templars were actually Satanists who worshipped a deity called Baphomet. Baphomet is a representation of Lucifer, and it was said that the Templars sacrificed to it and were also performing magic rituals. It was even reported that in order to be initiated into the order, one are really the continuation of the Order of the Knights Templar. The Knights Templar were a Catholic military order that grew massively wealthy and powerful back in the year.
It was titled "This Mason Leader Revealed Who the Masons Truly Worship." Now, another thing that I learned when speaking to people who I know who are part of the Masons is that it doesn't matter what you worship as a Mason. It could be Christianity, it could be Catholicism, it could be Islam, it could be Satanism. It doesn't matter as long as you worship someone. That's all they care about. Because a man with no moral compass, with no worship, with no faith, is a lost soul, and they don't allow people who are considered lost souls into this brotherhood. So we reacted to a video some time ago. Okay, I reacted to this video years ago. Ex-Master Mason exposed the satanic rituals of the Freemasons. Very, very enlightening video if you guys want to check this out. But in today's video, we're going to be breaking down even further as to why I believe majority of the Masons who actually control and actually orchestrate our society are satanic. We see it in multiple videos, but today we're going to dive deep into it. Make sure you guys do leave a like down below and subscribe to the channel. Without further ado, let's hop right into it.
Have you ever asked yourself what the Freemasons are and what they actually believe in? Are they a religion or just a club for old rich men to hang out? What do they do in their buildings that they call Masonic lodges? You might have heard either two different viewpoints when it comes to Freemasonry. Some people believe that they're nothing more than a club for old rich men to hang out, socialize, and network amongst each other, while others believe the Freemasons are secretly Satanists
Which is not false. Which is not false.
Working together to bring forth a new world order under the rule of Lucifer.
Which is also not false.
In order to discover the truth, we must look into Freemasonry's past. Freemasonry has been around since before any of us watching were even alive. It's an ancient society of secrets that most of the world knows nothing about. It is documented that Freemasonry began all the way back in 1717 in England, but in reality, Masonry goes back way further than that. It has been long speculated that the Freemasons are really the continuation of the Order of the Knights Templar. The Knights Templar were a Catholic military order that grew massively wealthy and powerful back in the year 1119 during the Middle Ages. The Templars were so wealthy that they were becoming the elite, even bigger than the Catholic Church. Eventually, the Templars were destroyed by Pope Clement V, who discovered that the Templars were not about the worship of God at all. The Pope had discovered that the Templars were actually Satanists who worshipped a deity called Baphomet. Baphomet is a representation of Lucifer, and it was said that the Templars sacrificed to it and were also performing magic rituals. It was even reported that in order to be initiated into the order, one had to deny Christ 3 times and spit on the cross as well. On Friday, October 1307, the Templars met their blazing end, but not before a few prominent members escaped. These members dropped the Templar name and eventually formed the Freemasons. If you were to ask a Freemason if Masonry was connected to the Templars, they would most likely tell you no.
Freemasons and their supporters tried to deny that Masonry started with the Knights of Templar. This is because it was already proven that the Templars worshipped Baphomet, and that's why they were destroyed. The thing is, it's easy to discover the Masons' connections to the Templars. For instance, the Masons have a youth program for boys called the International Order of the D. Molay, which is named after the last Grand Master of the Knights Templar, Jacques de Molay. The Freemasons also have a sector, or a Red Lodge as they call it, called the Knights Templar, which has its own rituals and degree systems within it. Why would the Freemasons name themselves after the Knights Templar if they were not connected to it? They literally named their Masonic lodges for boys after the Grand Master de Molay. The Masons even use the same terminology as the Templars, as they call their lodge leaders Grand Masters, just like the Knights Templars. Their lodges are also crafted after the original Solomon Temple, where the Templars first met. The Freemasons are definitely the continuation of the Knights Templar. Masons, just like the Templars, give their worship to the goat deity Baphomet. This is why the Freemasons used to tell the new initiates they were now riding the goat. The Freemasons are the Knights Templars, and they give their worship to Baphomet. This organization isn't just a club for old men hanging out. It's a society of secrets, packed with powerful members who, for the longest, have controlled our world. On this channel, we often talk about the Freemasons and their goal for a one world government. We talk about their plans that are currently in motion, playing out right in front of us. Throughout the years, we have been able to uncover the truth about our world. We know the Masons are the hidden hands behind the scenes, pulling the strings of our world leaders. We have learned that at least 15 presidents have been confirmed Freemasons, but I believe all U.S. presidents are Freemasons, or are at least associated with it. Our first official U.S. President, George Washington, was a Freemason himself. Just think about how important that truly is. The first man elected as the official U.S. president was a member of the Freemasons. It's also important to note that all but one of the U.S. presidents are related, are part of the same bloodline that connects them to King John Lackland, who is a part of the royal family. This means that the leaders of this country are connected to the leaders of England. Not surprising at all, the royal family is Masonic as well, and to this day they play an important role in Masonry. It's all one big bloodline connecting all our world leaders. Also, the U.S. founding fathers Ben Franklin, Paul Revere, John Hancock, and John Marshall were all Freemasons as well. America itself was created by the Freemasons. They even nicknamed it after the Masonic Credo, calling the U.S. the land of the free, which really represents the land of the free and accepted Masons. If you look at the back of the dollar bill, not only does it say New Order of the Ages in Latin, but this is also under the Masonic All-Seeing Eye, the main symbol of Masonry, which represents the light of Lucifer. The Freemasons also took over the country of France, even causing the collapse of their government, and it was discovered that a Masonic lodge called P2, or Propaganda Duo, was in control of the country back in the 1980s. Even the mob was associated with this Masonic lodge, as the movie The Godfather 3 was written about the story of the P2 Lodge. I am not going to go fully into that in this video because it's a long story, but if you guys want to see a video on the P2 Lodge of France, comment France below. For those who think that Masonry is just a club for old men to socialize with no power, how do you explain any of that? We must follow the power trail to see where it leads us, and you will see that it always leads us to the Freemasons. Now that we have disproven the lies about Masonry being innocent and harmless, we must talk about what they truly worship. Do the Masons worship God like they claim, or do they worship the devil like they're accused of? In order to answer that, we must first understand what is the purpose of Masonry. The Freemasons are men who are chasing enlightenment to be as gods on earth. Through the teachings and rituals of Masonry, they believe a man can go from a mortal to a god by climbing the Masonic degree system. Each degree reveals one Masonic knowledge which has been kept secret from the world. The first three degrees of Masonry are a part of the Blue Lodge and are called the Instant Apprentice, Settlecraft, and Master Mason. Each of these degrees have a set of rituals a Mason has to participate in order to reach the next degree and earn the hidden knowledge. Once a Mason reaches the third degree, which is the final degree in the Blue Lodge, they can pursue more knowledge in other sectors that are called Red Lodges. Once a Mason finishes the Master Mason initiation, they can go through the four Royal Arch degrees, which are Mark Master Mason, Past Master, Most Excellent Master, and Royal Arch Mason. After finishing the Royal Arch, a Mason can continue their Masonic journey by going through the cryptic Masonic degrees, or skipping it and going straight to the Knights Templar degree system. The higher the man goes in Masonry, the closer they get to the top where the real secrets lie. One of the highest degrees in the Scottish Rite sector Eve and the fall of humanity. We know the story of Adam and Eve. It's engraved in our consciousness. But what people don't know is that it's connected to masonry. Adam and Eve were instructed by God to stay away from the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Eve was convinced by Lucifer to eat from the tree, and he promised her it would make her like a god, and Eve convinced Adam to do the same. Once they ate from the tree, they were now enlightened, and were now as gods, knowing good and evil. Masonry represents this very moment when man chooses to willingly disobey God and eat from the tree of knowledge, becoming their own God. Masonry is that forbidden knowledge of good and evil, and it's the reason why the Masons represent themselves with the Masonic checkerboard pattern that's found in every lodge. The Masons don't necessarily worship Lucifer, but they believe in what he represents. To the Freemasons, Lucifer frees humanity from God's chains, as they believe God wanted humanity to be innocent and unknowing. Lucifer came and guided humanity to the forbidden knowledge, which made humanity like God. The Masons praise Lucifer because of this, and have created an entire religion around it. Masonry is rooted in occult magic and alchemy, forms of ancient witchcraft that have been forbidden by God. Yet the Masons want the world to believe they worship God. Just like in the days of the Knights Templar, the Masons are hiding to protect themselves, as they don't want history to repeat itself. Back in the Middle Ages, they hid by calling themselves the Army of God. Now, they call themselves the Brotherhood of God, claiming God is who they truly serve, when we know it's still Baphomet to this day. If you don't want to take my word for it, you can hear it from the horse's mouth, as Albert Pike, one of the leaders of Freemasonry, has admitted this long ago. Albert Pike was a prominent leader in Freemasonry, and he was given the title of the Sovereign Grand Commander of the Supreme Council Scottish Rite Masonry. He was one of the few elect who knew the truth about Masonry, and he wrote all about it in his book called Morals and Dogma of the Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite Freemasons. Albert Pike is one of the most influential Freemasons to ever live. His book is required to be read in order to become a 33rd degree Mason. He was known as an author, poet, lawyer, jurist, and even a Confederate States Army general. Albert is deeply connected to American history and Masonic history. This is why he was given a statue in 1901 in Washington, D.C., which was eventually partially demolished in 2020 during the George Floyd riots. Pike is definitely one of the most important names in Masonry. He took the craft into the new age. While he is important to Masonry, the Masons love to deny his importance. They try their best to belittle his importance and his contributions to modern Masonry. This is because Albert Pike openly revealed that the Masons truly worship Lucifer. I have found undeniable proof of this, coming directly from Albert Pike's very own book. Albert Pike confessed what I discovered years ago while researching Masonry, that Lucifer is truly the god of the lodge. Albert Pike even claims that Lucifer is the god of good, while God is the god of evil. Also, he states that Lucifer never fell from grace. Instead, he is the light of the world. This all goes back to what I explained at the beginning of this video. Masonry connects back to Adam and Eve with the serpent in the garden. The Masons are worshiping that serpent as they guided them to enlightenment. There are several times that Albert Pike admitted that not only was Masonry the study of Lucifer, but it was also the opposition of Christianity. He was quoted saying, "Strange and mysterious name to give the spirit of darkness. Lucifer, the son of the morning, is it he who bears the light, and with his splendor, intolerably blinds people, sensual or selfish souls? Doubt it not." Many Freemasons say this quote reveals nothing, and that it was misquoted. The thing is, if you know anything about my work, you would know that I already have plenty more proof to back up my claims. Like I already mentioned, Albert Pike was a leader in Masonry, and he actually wrote a letter to the 23 Supreme Councils of the world, where he stated this: "That which we must say to the crowd is that we worship a God, but it is a God one adores without superstition. To you, Sovereign Grand Inspector General, we say this: you may repeat this to the brethren of the 32nd, 31st, and 30th degrees. The Masonic religion should be by all of us, initiates of the high degrees, maintaining the purity of the Luciferian doctrine. If Lucifer were not God, would Adonai, the God of the Christians, whose deeds prove cruelty, perfidy, and hatred of man, barbarism and repulsion for science, would Adonai and his priests calumniate him? Yes, Lucifer is God. And unfortunately, Adonai is also God. For the eternal law is that there is no light without shade, no beauty without ugliness, no white without black. For the absolute can only exist as true God. Darkness being necessary for light to serve as a spoil, as the pedestal is necessary for the statue, and the brake for the locomotive. Thus the doctrine of Satan is piercing, and the true and pure philosophical religion is the belief in Lucifer, the equal Adonai. But but Lucifer got
That's the reason why it's speculated that they use the checkered board pattern, the checkered pattern on the scale as like their main symbol. Because as you can see, the things that he mentioned are the complete opposite, just as black and white are. So the scale, just as he is saying, there is no beauty without ugliness, represents that there has to be one with the other in order for there to be a balance. So that's the reason it's almost like a yin and yang type of thing. But in terms of that, instead of being positive flow, negative flow, it's Satan and God, the devil and God.
God of light and God of good, is struggling for humanity against the tyrant, the God of darkness and evil. This is the very letter that many Masons find hard to ignore. This letter openly confesses Albert Pike's plan and what Masonry stands for. First, he revealed that the Masons not only worship Lucifer, but they think that he is the true God and that Jehovah is the God of evil. He clearly states that they deceive the masses by telling them they worship God, but never reveal which God it is. This perfectly explains why we see so many celebrities thanking God, not even know exactly what God they are referring to. He also explains the principles of duality in Masonry. Good cannot exist without evil, which is not true, and everything God has created was good. The devil is who corrupted our world. He openly admits that the true philosophical religion is the belief in Lucifer.
This is the concept of duality that they're referring to with the black and the white version.
One of the leaders of Masonry openly admitted Lucifer is the god the Masons follow. Albert Pike also said this in his Morals and Dogma book: "We shall unleash the nihilist and the atheist, and we shall provoke a great social catalysm, which in all its honor will show clearly for all nations the effects of absolute atheism, the origins of savagery, and of most bloody turmoil. The people will be forced to defend themselves against the world minority of the world revolutionaries, and will exterminate those destroyers of civilization, and the multitude disillusioned with Christianity, whose spirits will be formed that moment with direction and leadership and anxious for an ideal, who will found knowledge where to send its adoration, will receive the true light through the universal manifestation of the pure doctrine of Lucifer, brought finally out into the public view. A manifestation will result in a general reactionary movement which will follow the destruction of Christianity and atheism, both conquered and exterminated at the same time." In this passage, Albert openly admits that the Freemasons are working against the church and atheism, as they're trying to establish the worship of Lucifer. This is what the principles of the New World Order is: establishing a one world government ruled by the ideologies of Lucifer. He openly admits that they must orchestrate a social catalysm to bring in the worship of Lucifer. This is in Albert Pike's book that the Masons love so much. How do they even try to deny that Masonry is satanic? One of the leaders literally admitted this himself. The thing is, lower degree Masons don't know the truth because they're kept from knowing it on purpose. In his book Morals and Dogma, he also admits this when he states, Masonry, like all the religions, all the mysteries, conceals its secrets from all except the adepts and the sages, or the elect, and uses false explanations and misinterpretations of its symbols to mislead those who deserve only to be misled. The blue degrees are but the outer core of the protocol of the temple. Part of the symbols are displayed there to initiate, but he is intentionally misled by false interpretations. It is not intended that he shall understand them, but it is intended that he shall imagine he understands them. Their true explanation is reserved for the adepts, the princes of Masonry. Here, Albert Pike openly admits that not even the Mason members know the truth about Masonry, only the elect. He admits that they must keep the lower degrees of Masonry clueless about the truth. He also claims that the first degrees
This
of
is exactly what I was saying. As you continue up in the rankings, you learn and you realize that what you learned in the previous rankings is not the truth. It is literally deception up until the goal of the vision. Listen, guys. Listen. I do my research as well.
the Masons are there to distract and mislead. This is why so many low degree Masons claim they have nothing to do with Lucifer, because they themselves don't know the truth. Only the elect, only the ones they choose, know the truth. Albert Pike not only revealed all of this, but he also revealed that the Freemasons have three world wars planned that will bring in the new Masonic world order. In a letter written from Albert Pike to Giuseppe Mazzini, he states, the First World War must be brought about in order to permit the Illuminati to overthrow the powers of Caesar in Russia and of making that country a fortress of atheistic communism. The Second World War must be fomented by taking advantage of the differences between the fascists and the political Zionists. This war must be be brought about so that Nazism is destroyed and that the political Zionism be strong enough to institute a sovereign state of Israel and Palestine. During the Second World War, international communism must be strong enough in order to balance Christendom, which will be then restrained and held in check until the time when
So now you're gonna sit here and tell me that Masonry doesn't control the world. This is what you're gonna tell me. Albert Pike wrote this, and this is true information, August 15th, 1871, predicting World War One, World War Two, and World War Three. Pay attention to what's going on currently in Israel and Palestine. Pay attention. Why do you think all of these countries, every major country is getting involved? Every major country is getting involved. Arabic world and political Zionism, which is the state of Israel, have to destroy each other. So you're telling me that this is not orchestrated, this is not planned out, this is not a manifesto, this is not some type of prediction, but it's more so a plan. It's literally a bit. When you create a business plan, you say, okay, and this year we're going to expand to this, and we're going to focus on this. That is what this is. It is a plan. It is a completely orchestrated like happening. This is not
needed for the final social catalysm. The war must be conducted in such a way that Islam and the political Zionism mutually destroy each other. Meanwhile, the other nations, once more divided on this issue, will be constrained to fight to the point of complete physical, moral, spiritual, and economic exhaustion. In this letter, Albert Pike revealed the plans for the New World Order, plans that, if we take a look around, clearly appear to be unfolding right in front of our faces. He openly declares himself as a member of the Illuminati, which, like I already revealed, is a part of Masonry. It's important to note that they had this letter in display in a British library in the London Museum until 1977. This is another piece of proof that the Freemasons try to deny, claiming that there's no proof this letter was written by Albert Pike. We will not fall for these lies, as we know they're going to deceive us like Albert Pike stated. The first two wars Albert Pike spoke about have already happened. We see what's going on overseas right now, and now we know who's truly behind it. This is a plan in motion since the 1800s. For those still skeptical on whether Masonry follows Lucifer, you might believe in more from other prominent Masons. Mainly P. Hall, a prolific Masonic writer, stated this: when Masons learn that the key to the warrior on the block is the proper application of the dynamo of living power, he has learned the mysteries of his craft. The seething energies of Lucifer are in his hand, and before he may step onwards and upwards, he must prove his ability to properly apply this energy. Manly P. Hall, just like Albert Pike, admits their admiration for Lucifer. Another prominent Freemason by the name of Domenico Morgado stated, Tanatism is necessarily a Luciferian rite. It's religious and Manichaean neo-Gnosticism teaching that the divinity is dual and that Lucifer is equal to Adonai, which Lucifer, the god of light and goodness, struggling for humanity against Adonai, the god of darkness and evil. Albert Pike had only specifically unveiled the dogmas of the high grades of all Masonry. For no matter what rite, the great architect of the universe is not the God worshipped by Christians. Domenico openly admits that the great architect that all the Masons follow isn't the same God that we the Christians worship. This is what Freemasons believe in. This is the truth. Those that practice in secret always have something to hide. The sad reality is that only the elect know the truth about Masonry. So many members join because of their fathers and grandfathers who taught them Masonry was a brotherhood of God, only to never know that they truly worship the light bearer Lucifer. So when you hear somebody claim that the Freemasons are just a club of old rich men, show them this video, as this is undeniable proof that the Freemasons follow Lucifer. Well, that's it for this video. Thank you all for watching.
like I told you guys. It doesn't necessarily mean that every single person who joins the Masons or decides to be a Mason is satanic. You have to go through the rankings, okay? Now, a lot of people, specifically the people that I know, specifically people that I'm aware are Masons, they don't join it to be evil. They don't join it to worship Lucifer. They join it because it's just like you join a fraternity in college, you're able to build connections.
At Curry's, we go beyond expectations. Play up to £300 when you buy a 2023 Samsung OLED or Neo QLED TV and win the chance to treble your cash with Samsung.
It's over. Mikey Williams just destroyed his career. That's very unfortunate, yeah. That is very, very unfortunate. This is a prime example of just how I tell you guys how media, social media, music, movies, all these things influence the younger generation to a point where this man right here might go to jail for up to 28 years. That's not, especially when he had a very promising career in NBA. We're about to hop into this video right here. It's over. Mike Williams just destroyed his career. Make sure you guys leave a like down below and subscribe. Let's get it.
Mikey Williams is facing multiple charges tonight. Found several weapons inside Mikey Williams' home.
Faces up to 28 years in prison. He said the other cases that they are going to be before home.
Out of custody on 50,000 miles bail.
The Mikey Williams case is heading to trial, and it's a whole new ballgame. Beyond the courts, beyond the dunks, this isn't just about basketball anymore. Once hailed as a future star, Mikey is now facing a trial that could potentially end his promising career. I mean, think about it, folks. This young prodigy once had the entire world at his fingertips, poised to take the basketball world by storm. But now, it's all hanging in the balance with the possibility of a staggering 28-year prison sentence. It's a story that has started, but it is heartbreaking. Mikey's dream of donning that Memphis Tigers jersey and hitting the hardwood this season might be over. And that's not all. His aspirations of making it to the NBA, well, they might be on the brink of crumbling. Stay tuned as we explore a surprising clip that could change Mikey Williams' story. Mikey Williams was a name that had the basketball world buzzing not too long ago. Explosive dunks, an unstoppable offensive force, he was a walking bucket, and everyone knew it. It was all but certain that NBA franchises had their eyes on him. But as they say, fame can be fleeting. Off the court, Mikey was already a hero in millions, boasting a staggering 1 million followers on social media. And let's not forget that among those followers were heavyweights like Drake, LeBron James, and Kevin Durant. By the end of his sophomore year, his following had skyrocketed to an astonishing 3.2 million. So that is a sensation. This last year, in November, we saw Mikey commit to play for the Memphis Tigers under the legendary Penny Hardaway. It was supposed to be the next step in his journey to NBA glory. But here's the twist. He's currently not allowed to be a part of the basketball team until his legal issues are resolved. There's even a great possibility that he might never don that Tigers jersey on the court again. A four-star high school recruit is heading to trial, facing a barrage of gun-related felony charges. 6 in total. Assault with a weapon, firing into an occupied vehicle. These aren't just words, they're potential years behind bars. If convicted on all counts, he's looking at a potential sentence of up to 28 years behind bars. Now, these allegations come from an incident on March 27th. Shots were fired in a car leaving his home in unincorporated Jamul, east of San Diego County. The situation escalated from a heated argument, and bullets were aimed at the vehicle. Luckily, no one was harmed. He was taken into custody and later posted bail at $50,000. But now, his future in basketball is hanging by a thread. The most recent preliminary court hearing has revealed unsettling details. Although direct witnesses didn't see Williams pull the trigger, two young women testified to his threats. According to Ziegler, one of them recounted him saying, "We better get to stepping or they'll leave a bullet for us." Another one recalled, "We're up in the mountains, so no one will be able to save us or help us." These testimonies cast a dark shadow over Mikey's once bright future. The intriguing testimonies. In the courtroom, a series of witnesses took the stand, painting a picture that could change the trajectory of Mikey Williams' career. They all made one thing clear. None of them were armed, and they didn't threaten Mikey. But here's where it gets intriguing. One of the girls who testified initially made statements to the police, but later retracted part of
conviction and testimonies adds another layer of complexity to the case. Hold on, because it gets even more intriguing. According to Ziegler, one witness alleged that another individual attempted to dissuade him from testifying. With repeated threats and extra hard shifts, you clear up your mind. Cover up the jobs creators. Target your books in. Offering a tantalizing deal in exchange for payment. She told me I would get paid. She didn't say by who. She said she was getting a contract from Nike. And it's not just the witnesses who make the story complex. Memphis forward J.J. Taylor, a high school teammate and close friend of Williams, was present both at the scene and during the hearing. But here's the twist. Many witnesses said J.J. and others were trying to calm Mikey and resolve the problem. Legal limbo. This was yet another unexpected roadblock for Mikey on his journey to suit up for Memphis this season. The Tigers had an exhibition game against Lane College on October 29th. The regular season starts 8 days later in Scranton State, though time is running out. The University of Memphis Athletic Department said Williams can't play for the Tigers until his legal issues are settled. But here's the kicker. Legal trials tend to drag on, but that's no trouble for Mikey's dreams of playing for Memphis, or even making it to the NBA. But it's not all doom and gloom. The program isn't completely cutting ties with the Charlotte Group. The statement makes it clear, once Mikey's legal journey ends, the athletic department will evaluate his status on the team. There's a glimmer of hope in that statement. Let's not forget Mikey's incredible journey to this point. He was one of the early stars in the name, image, and likeness era, scoring a multi-year deal with Puma, the iconic shoe and athletic apparel giant, back in 2021. He had a massive following across his social media platforms, but in a twist, those accounts now lie dormant. Mikey burst out of the scene with a bang, picking up the San Ysidro High School in his freshman year. On his debut, he dropped a jaw-dropping 41 points. But wait, it gets even better. In one remarkable game, he etched his name in the record books, scoring an astonishing 77 points. During the season, and sheer dominance. The numbers spoke volumes, nearly 30 points per game, 6.7 rebounds, and 4.9 assists in his freshman year. It was no surprise that he was crowned Max Preps National Freshman of the Year, marking his arrival on the big stage. In his second year, Williams switched to Lake Norman Christian High School. He kept showing his scoring ability by averaging more than 21 points per game, and this proved how well he could adapt and how versatile he was. But the prodigy returned to his roots for his senior year, back to San Ysidro High School. In his final stretch of high school hoops, Mikey showcased a balanced game, averaging 23.2 points, 9.2 assists, and 3.2 rebounds per game. With his high school journey reaching its climax, the spotlight was on him during the college recruiting process. He had offers from Alabama, USC, and Arizona State. However, he ultimately decided to commit to the University of Memphis. Mikey has got a foot in the door at Memphis with online courses, but the door to the basketball court remains firmly shut. He's on the academic side, but the team activities and program facilities are off limits. That's a red flag waving high given his gun-related felony charges. And despite glimpses of him in Memphis, soaking up the summer, he never officially donned the Tigers jersey. Head coach Penny Hardaway, though, continues to express his unwavering support. He said in June, "I'm not calling him guilty before he's innocent, and a lot of people do that. But for me, we're just staying the course until we figure this entire thing out." Now, despite the team's statement, Coach Hardaway isn't giving up on him. He has doubled down on his support for the 19-year-old, saying, "I mean, we're just supporting him. There is no news that's come out to make us change our mind or think any differently. So, we're just supporting him." Hardaway had previously told the media that he would wait out the legal process before making decisions about Williams' future with the Tigers. But the preliminary hearing room adds another layer of complexity. Mikey's potential start date with the Tigers is now on hold, delayed at least until after the trial. For him to hit the court this season, a plea agreement to keep him out of prison and aligned with Memphis might be key. Otherwise, this saga could extend into spring and beyond, depending on trial scheduling. The NBA dream on board. The stakes are high, and it all depends on the outcome of Willie's trial. The court's decision might decide if his dream of being a pro basketball player comes true. So, what's your take on Mikey's situation?
Can he still make it to the
I
NBA?
think it's
Sure.
simply Mikey needs to learn how to step away from the good activity and become a low-key black man and really be a, you know what I'm saying? He did it very simply, very effortlessly, seamlessly made his way to the NBA. But because he wants to be cool and so done and live fresh, now all of a sudden he could possibly become extremely good. That is crazy. Look, I'm gonna do it right here. If you guys think that this shit is working, we'll just show you.
Magazine lover, get unlimited digital access to thousands of magazines and newspapers with the 5%.
Yo, what's good, everybody? It's your boy Josh. Today we got a over from Michael Williams. He just destroyed his career. If you don't know who Michael Williams is, he's one of the most popular high school basketball players in the country, and things went left. So we're here to find out the story. Shout out to everybody new to the channel. If you're new to the channel, let's get it.
Michael Williams is facing multiple charges tonight.
Several weapons seized by Michael Williams. Faces up to 28 years in prison.
He's saying another disrespecting are going to be deportable. Out of custody on $50,000 bail.
The Michael Williams case is heading to trial with a whole new ballgame. Beyond the courts, beyond the dunks, this isn't just about basketball anymore. Once hailed as a future star, Mikey is now facing a trial that could potentially end his promising career. I mean, think about it, folks. This young prodigy once had the entire world at his fingertips, forced to take the basketball world by storm. Well, now, it's all hanging in the balance with the possibility of a staggering 28-year prison sentence. It's a story that's as startling
Damn!
as it is heartbreaking.
Music.
Charles Shipman is Britain's most prolific serial killer. A well-respected doctor, he abused his position of trust, poisoning over 250 patients. If the bomb had gone off, there wouldn't be as many victims.
To start off with, we were investigating one death. Within a couple of weeks, that grew to 62 deaths.
We had a whiteboard that with no names on, and at the end of the inquiry, the whiteboard was totally full. And it was like, oh my God, with new witness testimony, this film tells the inside story of how he got away with murder for over 25 years. I thought it was obscene that we should be questioning anything to do with Shipman. A serial killer hiding in plain sight. Shipman groomed a community.
People to this day still think that he was the best doctor ever.
And preyed on the most vulnerable.
Well, conditions really couldn't be any better here tonight. A very warm welcome to you on this Friday evening. I'm Guy Mowbray, bringing you commentary along with the former England forward Stu Smith. We've got action from the Champions Finals coming right up. We'll be going ahead from this one soon.
We expose the scale of Shipman's drug addiction that nearly saw him stop off the medical register. And the nurse, in her first interview, revealed how his killing spree began as a June doctor on the hospital ward. One night with his fever, he just went from room to room, locating the bundles. For the first time, detectives at the heart of the case explained tactics they used to bring the man they called Dr. Death to justice and the emotional hurt it had on him.
I can remember that was when I was in life. And I just thought I was here. I was just sick. I was just death and destruction.
Plenty of space to attack now.
On the 7th of September 1998, Howard Shipman, a trusted family doctor from a small town of Hurley near Manchester, was arrested for the murder of one of his elderly patients. Waiting to interview Shipman were two young detectives, John Walker and Mark Burnham. This is the first time that Mark Burnham has spoken publicly about coming face to face with Britain's most infamous killer.
Yeah, that time was quite a big thing because I was a travelling detective. I'd only been a detective less than a couple of years. And to be chosen to do an interview, it was great for me. I could picture the room. I can remember where I was sitting, and then John was beside, and then his legal representative, and he was there. The scientist was 1:33 p.m. He was sent to see Martin Jones. So he was on the how he was scary. He was like, just his arrogance. Sorry, but pushing this side a little bit. That's all good.
Britain's biggest ever murder inquiry started 6 weeks earlier with a phone call about fraud.
I got a telephone call telling me about the fact that there had been some suspicions around the world, which had been linked to a woman called Kathleen Bundy.
Kathleen Bundy was a former mayor of Hyde. She had died a month earlier. Her will set a long lifeline in the mind of her daughter, Angela Woodruff, a solicitor.
Really concerned that there was something not right about the circumstances
end.
Didn't think that it was a woman's wishes at all. She wanted to investigate it. One of the things that stopped her in here was about leaving my house to my doctor. Well, Catherine Grundy actually owns two properties. So if she was writing her own will, she would have been talking about leaving my two houses, which indicated that it hadn't been written by Catherine Grundy.
The doctor named in the will was Kathleen Grundy's GP, Harold Frederick Shipman.
Move shoes! Stay active, move shoes! Kid-powered fast anti-gravity shoes! Mini trampolines for your feet! No space? Out!
I sent officers to get search warrants for Dr. Shipman's surgery. Dr. Shipman used to conduct a surgery on a Saturday morning, and we waited till he was locking up and then went to execute the warrant.
The search of Shipman's surgery would blow the case wide open.
When we started the search, Dr. Shipman said, "You'll need this. Mrs. Grundy used to borrow it from time to time, and that was the typewriter." The typewriter was examined along with the will by the handwriting experts, and they were able to say that that typewriter was typed that will.
One of the keys didn't give the right impression, which is really a godsend in an inquiry where you wanted to gather forensic evidence to show that that typewriter made that document.
On to Mrs. Grundy's will. That will was basically the top. It found to be the general comments about that. No, but no. He's asked a number of direct questions about it, which he deals with very simply and straightforward, just by saying no. The letters will were all typed on your typewriter. Can you account for that? No. He was quite truthful in his own mind that he couldn't sort it out. Simply by denying it. Just the typewriter. This was a very strange story that was being told. And if it was true that the worker that suddenly was going to benefit from the forced work, and one of the possibilities was that Mrs. Grundy had been murdered. However, privacy used was this way in real time to the full benefit of the state. And now the question was, what did see if that's the case? Nothing else.
Dr. Shipman had also signed Kathleen Grundy's death certificate. He stated she died of natural causes.
Despite the fact that Catherine Grundy wasn't a woman, she's in quite physical shape. She'd been out walking the Peak District on the day before she died. So the way that we were going to establish whether Catherine Grundy died of natural causes was to exhume the body and have tests carried out by pathologists.
The exhumation of Kathleen Grundy would be the first ever carried out by Greater Manchester Police. With no witnesses, crime scene, or murder weapon, it was the only way they could prove she'd been murdered.
Yes, I trusted. This is where Catherine Grundy is buried. This is the cemetery where the first exhumation took place. The weather was not really good at all. At 3:30 in the morning, it was raining like this, and then you could
something that I'm in the middle of that.
The police investigation was about to come under pressure. A local newspaper received a tip-off linking Shipman to Catherine Grundy's death and the suspicion there could be many more. The police came and I started asking if they knew anything about the case. And almost straight away I wanted to a lady to make a living, got to death here. And I said, pardon. And I said, oh, what correlates with died of pig? If there was a big doctor that you don't love. And I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I thought I was investigating John death. And it turned out that he'd been kind of fallen and got death up a date for 2 years because lots of others with the diabetes and present.
Sometime on the morning of Victor's 17th, I got a phone call from the press saying that they'd had an inquiry at the Manchester Evening News, and that from the details that they were relating, they had pretty much the whole story.
Michaela identified other female patients with Shipman whose deaths were suspicious. The police understandably were not happy that we'd uncovered this story quite quickly. At the same time, because it appeared in Manchester Evening News, including the families and townspeople all say that's exactly what happened to my mother. Michaela's front-page story became national news. TV crews descended on Dr. Shipman's surgery. Anxious families demanded answers from the police.
It left us in a bit of a difficult situation. It was unfair to expect those family members to speculate for a period of time, and for them to hear from the press about which deaths happened to be on this list. So I had to send officers out to see those families.
For over 40 years, we have raised privilege regarding protection. Our signature freedom protection is a true representation of our commitment to design and safely build craftsmanship. We don't just create welfare, within a matter of days, the police were overwhelmed as new victims emerged. I think there was something like 3 or 4 on one street at any time, and that we went back to investigate this potential murder. It beggars belief, it really did.
Well, we're just going into Hyde now, to the town centre. It's a working class town, population probably around about 35,000 to 40,000 people on the outskirts of Manchester. This is where Dr. Shipman and victims lived, worked, many of them have grown up here as well.
In 1998, the revelation that a local GP, Harold Shipman, could be killing 8,000 patients had become national news. The people at home were beginning to ask questions that no one should ever have asked.
We're discussing what she was doing. And I just heard a Dr. Shipman. And I'm guessing it at the time really familiar, but it was kind of round about. So I rang up it and said, what's that? And I just thought, I just thought, oh my goodness, you know, maybe it came on Noah's life. Perhaps I should have a word with the police when I get home. But I was no sooner back than the police contacted me. I mean, things were different then. You didn't just stuff everything on your phone. What did you get pictures when you were on your holidays? And then you'd only take pictures
pictures of your mum and dad when you got back just to use the end of the film up here.
She was bubbly, sociable, outgoing, liked talking to people. She believes that you should smile at everybody that you're walking along the street, as she does. On the playground, definitely. Yeah, we've got those right sort of things all the time.
When the detectives were questioning me, they would ask me various questions, and every time I answered, they would look at each other and nod, and they would say to me, yeah, and yes, it's the same exactly the same pattern as all the other ones. So that was one sort of way. As these early inquiries started, we perhaps thought Catherine Monday and perhaps one or two others who couldn't have envisaged how it would all turn out then.
The South Office were obviously investigating one death, the death of Captain Dunn. Within a couple of weeks, that grew to 17 deaths. And again, within a very short period of time, it grew up to 62 deaths.
We had a whiteboard with your names on, and at the end of the inquiry, the whiteboard was chock full. We couldn't fit any more on, we had to put extensions on. And it was like, oh my God. Like, good. Never looked at anything like that. It was like, I looked at lots and lots of murders, but nothing like children. Then happened. So it just didn't happen. I think there's something like 3 or 4 on one street. And that we went back to investigate a potential murder. But better believe, really did. You speak to people and say, well, how did the doctor tell you about the death of your mother? And you say, well, actually, it was actually quite abrupt. I was in bed. The husband came and he said that she said nothing on the phone, so I'm getting on the phone. I was just in front of this thing. The words that were actually used in a briefing was, I'm sorry about your time, and she's not very well. And he said, well, how bad is she? And he said, well, how bad is she? Yeah. The list of potential victims was growing by the day. The hard evidence of Shipman's murderous method was buried in the cemeteries of Hyde.
In pitch darkness, a procession of police vehicles entered the cemetery at Hyde near Manchester. Just before 4 a.m., the time chosen for maximum sensitivity, the digging began. The area around the grave was screened off as detectives exhumed another body.
The police had to exhume another 11 bodies. It was very, very moving, very sad. Knowing in your heart of heart, well, would I want my mother to be exhumed? And the answer is no, you wouldn't. We were digging the grave back up to do more tests on the mother that had been breathing for 5 years. So it was all in the room. They would be breathing again, the same as they were the first time round.
Hi there and welcome to our latest market update video. Just a quick update this.
Back in 1998, there was a very different attitude towards the medical profession. Few ever questioned their doctor. The people at Hyde were finding it hard to accept that their respected GP had been a murderer. Detectives were facing widespread resistance. was getting in the way of their investigation.
How many people thought we made it possible that that's reality? They thought they would. They thought we would go. We were met by some who were really aggressive. How dare we come and suggest something about shipment because he was their doctor, because he did a fabulous job with her parents. They thought it was obscene that we should be questioning anything to do with shipment. Yes, felt that there was the the reaction from people that were people to this day still think that he was the best doctor ever. My colleague and I went to one house and we were physically marched off the premises. You know, they weren't happy about us being there at all.
Dr. Shipman's surgery was on Market Street in the centre of Hyde. Previously, he'd been part of a group practice, but here he was on his own with his patients, which was just the way he liked it.
Shipman's really popular, and when he went to single-handed, he took 3,000 patients with him, and there was a waiting list. A lot of families, a lot of different generations were in their families, but the ones who really liked him were the older generation, who had a lot of time for them, who had holidays, and that was a good feeling for that generation. And the time that his brother got to play, and even buying Christmas presents to say thank you for all that he did for them. But in fact, he was actually bringing the community in, and that's what makes it a total betrayal.
Authorities after Catherine Grundy's body had been exhumed, forensic tests revealed lethal levels of the painkiller diamorphine. It was the evidence the police needed.
I'm to interview that bloke to the best of my abilities with what evidence I've got. But then the jigsaw comes together, doesn't it? The evidence was there, so as far as I'm concerned, that's enough.
Drowning under the weight of evidence, Shipman even tried to suggest that Catherine Grundy had taken the lethal dose herself.
When it came back, that she got this massive diamorphine within the body, we knew that we were dealing with a murder. Suggestion, if you were to reject it, because you've got it, it's very close to all people who are part of that.
Britain's most prolific serial killer, Harold Shipman, started his career as a GP in the small Yorkshire market town of Todmorden in 1974. Shirley Horsfall was a close family friend of Shipman and his wife, Primrose.
We grew up in that house, and the Shipmans were singing for Sunday on. So they bring her up as a good couple. He was very friendly, very caring. He was really good with the phone at the house rather than have to go to the surgery. Everybody liked him. Good sense of humour. Could share a laugh and a joke with everyone. He was very social, as he did with everyone else. They had little get-togethers in each other's houses. A good friend and a good neighbour. They seemed a matched couple rather than the picture that's been painted of Fred being a completely dominant, sort of almost Victorian, sort of do as I say. Certainly that is not the real picture of that family.
Shirley, like everyone else, did not know that Shipman had already begun his killing spree, but he was careful, choosing who to kill and who to care for.
It was at one of our sort of get-togethers with the family that Fred said, I don't think your mum's very well. But it did turn out that she was terminally ill. He picked up on my mum's illness and made sure she was looked after. He had perfect opportunity as his third GP to kill her. And he didn't. He obviously chose not to. He was very concerned about her and got her the best treatment that he could, which again makes it hard to believe that he didn't look after other people's mums.
But in 1975, Shipman nearly lost his job as a doctor. As his addiction to murder grew, so did another addiction, drugs. A local detective arrested him for forging prescriptions and illegal possession. This is the first time George Keating has spoken on camera.
I went to see you know, the track mats down in both his house. And I said, well, why were you using it? He said, well, just stress originally, but then I got shot and got hooked up. I was using more and more.
We have obtained Shipman's original police statement. In it, he confesses he's an addict and says that he has no future intention to return to general practice. George Keating went to give evidence to the doctor's governing body, the General Medical Council. He fully expected Shipman to be sacked.
I'm starting with the briefcase, waiting to be called, and this guy came through and he said, oh, it's finished. Just like that, I said, for me it's finished. He thought, it's finished. The chairman said he didn't think it was the industry could properly, so he's not going to straight them off. So I was a bit flabbergasted, to say the least. In my experience, addicts very rarely rehabilitate. And I thought, I'm going to hear about this guy again.
Shipman was fined just £600 and sent to rehab. The following summer, in 1977, he reappeared 30 miles away in Hyde. He moved there with Primrose and their 4 children and quickly rebuilt his reputation as a trustworthy doctor. In 1982, his credibility beyond question, Shipman even appeared in a TV documentary on mental illness.
Patients and local doctors like Fred Shipman.
In the past, if a patient had got mental illness that required admission to hospital, the patient was formally admitted, undressed, placed in bed.
Shipman's nerve is startling, given that he was already killing at will.
And was treated as though they had a physical illness.
Under the radar and above suspicion, a serial killer hiding in plain sight. It was this brash Dr. Shipman who showed up at Ashton-under-Lyne police station for his first interview with detectives over the death of Kathleen Grundy. And when he did, Chris Cleave of the Manchester Evening News was there at a distance with his camera.
I had a tip-off that Dr. Shipman was going to be arriving at Ashton Police Station. He stood outside the police station for about 5 or 10 minutes, and then he proceeded to walk the terrace streets behind the police station. And I was at the end of every street with a long lens, photographing him with his solicitor. Eventually he saw me and walked over to me quite quickly over the road and said, "Is that what you want? Is that what you want?" And he just gave me an awful look. His solicitor led him away and then went into the police station. They were the last photographs of him.
Shipman was convinced he could get away with murder. He had killed his patients when they were alone, and as a doctor, there was nothing he couldn't explain away. But it was this arrogance that the police planned to use against him.
When he turned up at the police station, I'd arranged for one of the detective inspectors to look him in at the custody office. He would then be handed over to more junior officers, a detective sergeant and a detective constable, who would conduct the interviews. I wanted to give the impression to him that we were pampering to his ego, then to wrong-foot it.
This man does not want to be spoken to by a DC and a DS. He wants the sort of man there, Mr. Postle's interviewing him, and he's not going to get it.
Lured into a false sense of security, detectives then hit Shipman with hard evidence. An examination of his computer revealed he had tampered with the medical records of patient Winifred Miller, creating a false history of heart disease to cover up her murder.
You attended the house at 3 o'clock, and that's when you murdered this lady. You went back to the surgery and immediately started altering this lady's medical records. And we can prove that only minutes after 3 o'clock on that date, you were fabricating that false medical history for this woman. You tell me why you needed to do that. It's an answer. And there's a very clear answer. Because you've been to a house, rolled the sleeve up, administered morphine, killed her, and you're covering up what you did. That's what happened, isn't it, Doctor? No.
He thought he could control it, but when things got bad, he didn't control it, because it just shut up. It just went silent.
It all became overwhelming, and he just stopped answering.
We have a consultation.
So, the time now by my watch is 17:12 hours. We'll switch off the tape.
Unlock your winter stay with Jetty City Breaks for £199 per person. And get flights, hotel, and 22 kilograms of baggage all in one package. Jetty City Breaks. Flights, hotel, city.
He couldn't cope with it. His mind couldn't cope with it. And when he was taken back to the cell, he broke down. He pretty much collapsed.
Shipman was cornered, but his breakdown meant the police had to start questioning him. They called in one of Britain's leading forensic psychiatrists.
I was in Wakefield, a pretty short journey across the Pennines to Manchester. The Manchester police phoned me because they were puzzled by the behaviour of my men. I was taken to a room where he was, and we sat down together. I started, as I often do, by asking how he wished to be addressed, and he said, "Call me Fred." Bit of a Pandora moment, you know. I've opened this box for 15 years. It's my report on Dr. Shipman. I recall that there was a distinct air of tension and presence about him, mostly coming from a sense of suppressed paranoid hostility. He sort of radiated this sense of hostility. But there was no remorse really for what he'd done. He was kind of hollowed out as a man, but there was nothing inside. I was pretty convinced that he would never confess.
Dr. Badcock declared Shipman was mentally fit, and the police could resume questioning. But Shipman refused to cooperate with the police in any way.
I think we've already been to the
In a later interview, Shipman even turned his back on detectives. police didn't require Shipman's cooperation. They had evidence to charge him with 15 counts of murder. Dr. Harold Shipman's trial began on the 11th of October, 1999. The 54-year-old GP arrived at court hidden behind the blacked-out windows of a police van.
Dr. Shipman is accused of murdering 15 women between 1995 and 1998.
In the public gallery in White Primrose listened intently as the jury were told to rely only on the evidence and not to speculate. It was difficult to sit in court, but all it was just bombardment with evidence against him, and he didn't answer to it. Shirley Horsfall was sitting in the packed public gallery. A few feet away was court artist Priscilla Coleman. Harold Shipman always seemed annoyed with everyone else. He just was very insulted that anyone would ever dream that he would be the type of person to do that. So he was angry and pretty fierce. In contrast to Primrose, who always seemed quite cheery, funnily enough. I was crumbling at court, let alone Primrose. I was upset because Fred was in court and being charged with all these atrocities, but she was much better, more composed than I was. And tried to sum her personality up on me. She was just a big sort of bubbly, outgoing, nothing fazed her, and very robust. Primrose was never arrested by the police and knew nothing about her husband's secret life as a serial killer. I really looked to think that she didn't know anything about it, and I probably believe that she didn't. The trial lasted 57 days. Shipman was found guilty of 15 murders, including Kathleen Drummond and Winifred Manor. The police knew Shipman was responsible for many more. The day after his conviction, a public inquiry was launched in Manchester to uncover the true scale of his crimes. Shipman was moved between prisons and ended up at Wakefield. Ray Rowett was the head of operations there and had prison reports from the time.
Well, the varied statements from staff, from psychologists, from different people, he can be both condescending and arrogant, obnoxious, solitary. The report further states that Mr. Shipman was in total denial of his crimes.
For the first time, we can reveal that prison staff feared Shipman was attempting to carry on his killing spree behind bars.
Staff thought that prisoners were going to him and he was holding clinics within the cell. We had 2 prisoners who took ill and ended up in intensive care units.
The inmates had overdosed on black market prescription drugs.
It looked as though they had been talking to Shipman. We obviously then thought that he was probably changing his modus operandi and that he could probably have had a hand in those 2 going to intensive care.
The 2 prisoners refused to cooperate in an internal investigation.
With Regina Blitz and expense for large sheets, you'll play not in a flash. And for other jobs, big or small, try Regina Blitz Giant.
And Shipman refused to cooperate in the ongoing public inquiry. But the inquiry didn't need his help. It investigated the deaths of nearly 900 of Shipman's patients in Hyde and Tottenham and came to an astonishing conclusion.
The way in which Shipman would kill, face the relatives, and walk away unsuspected would have been dismissed as fantasy if it had been described in works of fiction. The figure of 215 brains may not represent the true activity.
Shipman remained silent. aint and has never revealed why he murdered so many people. But he still had one last thing to do before he was finished.
He worked in the textile shop, and the textile shop obviously has remnants of proper use, secreting remnants of which he made loose. He was found kneeling on the pipe with a ligature around his neck facing out.
He timed his suicide to best effect.
Shipman told me on numerous occasions that when his pension was sorted out, he would kill himself. I distinctly remember him saying to me on one occasion, "I'm a doctor, I know where to go."
His death before retirement age meant his wife received his full pension and a £100,000 lump sum.
His whole purpose was to make sure that his wife was looked after financially, and that's exactly what happened. So you talk about control, but you can't have no more control than that.
Shipman's suicide in January 2004 sparked more revelations about the number of people he had killed.
The day after his suicide, there was an article in the newspaper. It was like a resume of Dr. Howard Shipman. And then I just thought, I'd worked with him. I actually felt as if I just realised that it just floored me.
The mention of Pontifex Gentleman only triggered memories of Sandra Whitehead. She realised she had worked there with the newly qualified Dr. Shipman in 1982.
He was all co-prep at hospital, not Harold. So he was always in a hurry. His white coat was never buttoned up. And the steam as he went down the corridor, it was always hurrying at the back of him like wings. And I can remember these injection packs many times. He was a serious oxide rocker.
For 30 years, Sandra had been haunted by one particular night shift with Shipman.
One night we had 3 deaths. We just went from room to room, and the patients were done. There couldn't be any reason. They were ill, but they didn't knock on death's door. It just seemed the highest proportion of deaths after the heavy war.
Just 18 years old, Sandra didn't report her concerns about the death or Dr. Shipman.
I think I was just too young, too naive. I didn't have the knowledge and experience to maybe turn around and speak to your management and say, I'm not happy about it.
The information that Sandra provided led the public inquiry to investigate Shipman's time at Pontifex General. It uncovered further victims. It's been more than a decade since Howard Shipman's death, and most of the detectives who helped put him behind bars have retired. But the investigation casts a long shadow.
If you had to say which job do you remember, I think we would all agree one job that we think about the most is the shipment job. It was quite unique to have this muscular rude doctor. I don't think anybody even now can fully appreciate how horrible this man was. I can put them in boxes and shit with them. That's certainly a massive box for me, really. So that's put them in them. It's quite embarrassing, with all that. The Ramses trusted Dr. Shipman. He wouldn't have anything bad to say against him. He trusted him, and that trust had been totally and utterly obliterated by this man. Was his clothes actually by this man? He's just been what an awful, evil man.
I can remember about 9 months after this, sat at home one night said, what's it? Understood. Yeah, understood. When you put it up on the radio, my missus said, we have a big deal. I think the other should have gone.
Jim and James Long, Iron Day, was officially listed by the public inquiry as having been unlawfully killed by shipment.
At the time, it was empty. And when I used to do more than it was I didn't. I was sort of trying to stand it for me, but I wouldn't have the house. It was just sad that I can't use this It sort of runs with the corridor along the side of your rifle. At the again, you know, you go into it. You know, especially times talking about it like this. You can maybe go from one to another and just go on with your life and then something happens and comes into it today.
Affordable aint business laptops. Explore the range at HP Store today.
Insert where the week, you know.
Again,
Yeah. No, no, no.
but it's straight with them.
Yeah, you want
What's going on?
really garden Maureen Long survived the Yorkshire River. The killer hit her with a hammer and slashed her with a knife. Oh, I know. I've got a place in there. And I bet someone was calling it too. And stab wounds all about that front in the stomach. And stabbed in the back. Mrs. Long was left for dead in 1977. The Yorkshire River haunted the streets of the north of England for another 5 years. By the end, Peter Sutcliffe had murdered 13 men. Organised criminal rapists sweating without cases from the past. It's the Sutcliffe era, which even now, in my 60s, I remember most clearly in the whole of my career as a forensic criminal. He was the biggest manhunt in British criminal history. 20 years on, detectives involved break their long silence to reveal how it ended for the police in humiliation and disgrace.
To this day, you're always thinking of what might have been, what you might have done. Those that have done, you get things that are different.
No, it was personal. No, it was being a party to the wrong decision.
All along, the identity of the killer lay hidden in these files, interviewed in Irish eyes, lost in the system. Peter Sutcliffe, free to begin again. October 1975. The Prince Philip playing fields in Leeds. The first victim of the Yorkshire Ripper
died within sight of the home she shared with her 4 young children. Her name was Wilma McLeod. She was 28 years old and came from Scotland. She'd been hit over the head, her blouse pulled up, her trousers pulled down, and stabbed 14 times. January 1976, 3 months later, another Leeds woman got into a car with a man who said he wanted to pay her for sex. He drove her to an industrial wasteland, now buried beneath the east of England. Her name was Emily Jackson. She was a married woman of 42 and a mother of 3 children. This time, the killer left a single clue, a bootprint on Mrs. Jackson's leg. As West Yorkshire Police launched a second murder hunt, newspapers were already calling the killer Jack the Ripper. The post-mortem revealed Emily Jackson had been hit with a hammer and stabbed 51 times with a Phillips screwdriver. Michael Green has just retired as Professor of Forensic Pathology at Sheffield University. As deputy to the Home Office pathologist David G., he was involved in the hunt for the Yorkshire Ripper from the outset and helped identify the weapons the killer used.
Well, these are all of them ordinary tools that one will find around the house, but on examination of the injury, at first, no clear pattern emerged. Subsequently, of course, it became obvious that the pattern wasn't there due to 2 or 3 heavy blows, usually to the back of the head, curved laceration through the skin, roundly depressed fracture underneath it, would produce quite severe brain damage, immediate unconsciousness, and death will occur fairly shortly afterwards. And so the hammer rapidly became a trademark.
The dead women were both prostitutes. As their confidence tell us very clear, West Yorkshire Police made the obvious deduction. Motive appears to be hatred of prostitutes. It meant they discounted assaults on women who were not prostitutes. Women who'd already given photographic descriptions of the theory attacker. Wakefield, 1972. Bradford, 1975. Heathcliff, 1975. And then Leeds, 1976. A photograph from Marcella Caxton. 4 months after the second murder, Marcella Claxton came out of a party in Leeds and got into a car with a stranger. She thought he was taking her home. Instead, he brought her here to Roundhay Park and attacked her with a hammer.
What was happening on your head? Clouds were coming out of my head. With a piece of head. And they were bleeding. My phone was bleeding. I had to buy it.
In pitch darkness, Marcella Claxton staggered half a mile to the road, clutching her knickers to her head to staunch the blood. She reached the phone box. She called an ambulance. But the police never included Marcella Claxton in the Ripper case. They discounted her photograph because she wasn't a prostitute and hadn't been attacked with a knife. But 9 months later, a bearded attacker went back to Roundhay Park with another woman in his car. This time, he took her behind the sports pavilion. This time, he left clearly identifiable tire marks. And this time, He killed her. Her name was Irene Richardson. She was 28, recently separated from her husband and 3 children. She'd been hit on the head 3 times with a hammer, stabbed brutally in the stomach, neck, and throat. Police uncovered a macabre new twist. The killer had arranged his victim's body, unzipped her knee-length boots and laid them carefully, neatly, over the back of her thighs. These were not things with effect. This was the sort of man who thought about what he had done, planned his attack carefully, and then was concerned to arrange everything about the body to have the maximum shock impact upon whoever came upon the scene first and those who came afterwards. Police in Leeds were now dealing with a serial killer who had murdered 3 women. The city was full of policemen asking questions. The killer kept 1 step ahead and moved on, 8 miles, to Bradford. The Carlisle pub stands in one of the roughest areas of inner-city Bradford. The Yorkshire River's 4th victim went drinking here on the night of the death. She got into her killer's car outside the pub. She took him home to her flat. As she walked through the door, it had her in hand. Police found her body face down in the road. Her name was Patricia Atkinson. She was 32. The killer left a footprint on the bloodstained sheet. Forensic examination showed it was a size 7 rolling pin, like the one which left an imprint on Emily Jackson's thigh. Otherwise, he left no clues. The identity of the killer of 4 prostitutes in 18 months remained a mystery. Then the 5th victim was found. She died in a children's playground at Reginald Street in Leeds. She was not a prostitute. She was a shop assistant. She was only 16. A new high-ranking police team stepped in to take overall control of Britain's biggest murder inquiry. But Detective Superintendent Dick Holland, 4 years at the top of the Ripper Hunt, began here, on Sunday, the 27th of June, 1977. When 2 young children found the body lying face down in the corner of the playground.
The girl was laid there. She's been attacked and obviously mistaken for a prostitute. She was a young, pretty girl, and obviously it's not a very pleasant sight, and no matter how accustomed to such things you become as a senior investigating officer, it's not pleasant and it does tell on you every time.
Her name was Jane MacDonald. She'd been on her way home from a Saturday night out. All the separate murder hunts now came together into one incident room under Assistant Chief Constable George Oldfield, West Yorkshire's top detective. 5 women were dead, but for the general public in Leeds, it was the death of 16-year-old Jane MacDonald which shook the hardest.
What can you do? It's beautiful. Well mannered, cheerful, always smiling. Not like anybody. Not a bit like anybody. Not the best happy girl at all. Just shocking for a young lass like that. She was beautiful.
Before James died, ordinances were used to force comfort from the Ripper's apparent obsession with prostitutes. The teenager's death cast a chill over every family in West Yorkshire. Any woman out of nowhere feared she might be the next. Random serial killings are the hardest of all murders to solve. But there's nothing but bad luck links each victim to her killer. But within only 2 weeks of Jane McDonald's death, the police got a lucky break. A survivor. Maureen Long was then 42. She was a keen dancer. I used to love dancing. I used to love to make them at weekend and do a lot of dancing and follow some drinks and enjoy myself and everything. Go around with friends, women friends. I was well known in town. Mrs. Long came out of the Mecca Ballroom one summer's night in 1977 and accepted a lift from a stranger. I'm trying to fit myself out, grabbing all that grass to try and get out, and I kept falling, and I really wasn't from me, and I kept falling back, and I was trying to pull myself out. I fell again, and then I was screaming, and I heard this jump back, and I instantly said, "Oh, you're alright," and that's all I remember that night. When you get it so at back at home, you can't remember things. Police faced a classic river attack. He didn't rape her or rob her. He hit her over the head with a hammer and stabbed her repeatedly in the body. He said to spare me in the cot, like the cot. I wondered what I was doing there, and I said, "Oh, man, she's oh, man, she's
Did you know what had happened to you?
Maureen Long never did remember anything about her attacker, and the police have no forensic evidence. When scientists examined the victim's clothes, they found nothing. It was the same in every attack. The Ripper left no hair, no blood, no semen, no trace. All the police had to go on were the perfect tire prints found in the park where Irene Richardson died. Officers had established a list of 50,000 possible cars and spent 9 months trying to track them all down. A huge task, 3/4 completed when senior officers made a disastrous decision to abandon it.
It was decided that we hadn't the manpower to run 2 murder inquiries and a tyre inquiry with a diminishing return from the tyre inquiry. That was an unfortunate decision because the Ripper's car was in fact on the remaining uncompleted list.
Driving the same car, fitted with the same tyres, the Yorkshire Ripper left his usual hunting ground and ventured further afield. For the first time, he left West Yorkshire and crossed the Penrhos. In Manchester, he made his first mistake. He picked up a woman in Moss Side who took him to the allotments near the Southern Cemetery. There he gave her £5 for sex, and there he killed her. Her name was Jean Jordan, 21 years old, mother of 2 children. She lay undiscovered for 10 days. During that time, the killer went back to the body. He slashed her again. He tried to cut off her head with a hacksaw. But he never found what he was looking for, a handbag with the brand new £5 note he'd given her out of his wage packet. That £5 note would lead the police directly to the Yorkshire Ripper. Yet he remained free to kill another 7 women.
Magazine lover, get unlimited digital access to thousands of magazines and newspapers with Readly. Try it today.
Manchester police traced the brand new £5 note, recovered when a passerby found Jean Jordan's handbag. The note had been delivered in a bullion van to the Midland Bank branch in Shipley, near Bradford.
Well, the police turned up one day, the detectives, wanting us to help them trace this £5 note, which apparently was thought to come from Shipley Ranch, connected with the Ripper. Good afternoon. Well, it was quite a big task, really, because obviously we give quite a lot of money out, and trying to trace that one £5 note out of all the thousands of £5 notes that had gone out was quite a big thing to do, really. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 40, 45, 50.
It was exciting, I suppose, the only words he put. I was taken out on a fucking errand. I was picked up by a police car every morning, brought back home by a police car, and then I went back to work at Shipley Branch again. I worked in a police station with police for 3 weeks, doing the cash analysis. It was new. It was novel.
The 2 clerks already knew the £5 note had come in a payroll consignment of £25,000 straight from the Bank of England. Now they had to work out who got it in his pay packet. It took them only 2 weeks to narrow it down to 34 local firms, employing a total of 8,000 people. Among them, a lorry driver called Peter Sutcliffe, a married man who just bought his first house. Within weeks of the death of Jean Jordan, he was visited twice by Manchester detectives asking about the £5 note. His wife and his mother both gave him an alibi. They said the family had all been together at their housewarming party. 2 years into the manhunt, and bank clerk Maureen Mallam went home from work every night in fear.
If you're on your own, you're always very wary. What if there's anybody about, any men about particularly.
6 women had died. Every woman in the north of England felt the threat.
Getting out from work was a nightmare because you were always frightened of somebody about watching you. You didn't know who was there, and you already knew this man was somewhere about or could be, and everybody was frightened at the time.
December 1977, 25-year-old Marilyn Moore got into the Ripper's car. Marilyn Moore survived the attempted murder on rough industrial ground in Leeds. Her evidence should have offered vital new clues to Detective Superintendent Dick Holland and his team, especially about the car the killer was driving.
They got out of the car, presumably to get into the back seat, when he struck her blows on the head with a hammer. As she slumped at the side of the car, another vehicle with a coupler came in and obviously disturbed his activities. So he jumped back in the car and sped off, turning to go towards the road and the exit across there. As a result, he left curved tyre marks, rather like the ones you see on the ground behind me.
3 of the tyre marks were identical to those found near the bodies of Irene Richardson and Jean Jordan. Police sat Marilyn Moore in all 22 possible models of car. She picked out the Morris Oxford. She was wrong. It was a Ford Corsair. She did make a photo fit which was, with hindsight, astonishingly accurate. But then she started accusing innocent men. Police decided she was unreliable.
Unfortunately, we followed the wrong line here. We ought to, in retrospect, to have followed the photo fit and not followed the car because she got it wrong.
And so the lorry driver from Bradford remained free. Under the pressure of running 6 difficult murder investigations in 2 years, the police were making mistakes, abandoning the tyre inquiry, ignoring the photo fits. In January 1978, the Yorkshire Ripper drove his Ford Corsair to Huddersfield, to the railway arches behind Garrard's timber yard, where the town's prostitutes worked. Her name was Helen Ridker. She was 18 years old and had been reported missing by her twin sister. The 2 teenagers worked here as prostitutes together. The surviving sister, Rita, was pictured helping George Oldfield. The public learned how the twins grew up together in children's homes. Information poured in. Police followed up every single lead.
On the evening that she met her death, there was a brown van in the area. He followed Helen Ritker's sister and watched what they did because his kink in life was following prostitutes with their clients and watching their act if it was outdoors. Now, if he'd chosen the other sister only 2 or 3 minutes earlier to follow, he would in fact have witnessed the murder. But unfortunately, he followed the wrong twin. Just bad luck.
Without modern computers, the deluge of information had to be catalogued and indexed by hand. A massive job, done by young policewomen like Sue Neve. 5 years of Sue Neve's working life is now held in the basement archive at West Yorkshire Police Headquarters.
Initially, we worked around what we called a wheel, and that was in the centre of the desk. 4 indexes could be sat at each corner, and we could spin it round and pick up the cards. When the wheel became full, then we had to move to these wooden boxes, and they were filed in, well, still in the alphabetic order of surname and the boxes. One drawer here with, I don't know, there'll be upwards of 1,000 cards in it, say, and we've got 138 of these boxes, all indexed manually. An awful lot of work, but it was a manual system and it was the only one available at the time, and yes, everything seemed to work fine. It was just the quantity of the work that nearly swamped us really.
7 dead now. There was a public appeal to help raise a £30,000 reward, and a television appeal directly to the murderer.
I want you to move forward and give yourself up. I mean, you may be prostitutes, but we still have a life. I think you've taken enough lives already.
I want to talk to you this evening not as a psychiatrist, because I've never met you, and because probably a psychiatrist is the last kind of person you want to see. I do want to ask you to give yourself up. You've no future while you're on the run, and in the end you will be cooked. The longer you wait, the worse it will be. I want you to pick up the phone, not tomorrow, not next week, but now, and tell the police who you are. Give yourself up now.
But he had already killed again. Another victim lay undiscovered on wasteland in Bradford. A woman who died here 10 days before Helen Richter. Her name was Yvonne Pearson. She had gone missing from her home in Bradford in January 1978. Her decomposed body turned up under a settee 2 months later on Easter Sunday.
Mrs. Pearson's death was the most violent of the series up to that point. The skull was stoned in. Whatever had been used, it was not a hammer. There were no stab wounds in the chest, but on the other hand, there were bruising injuries to both the chest and trunk, which extended internally. Could have been somebody kneeling on the chest, could have been somebody stamping on the chest. But again, as I say, these were serious injuries, not just serious head injuries, but the full weight of the assailant had been used in some way from the neck down as well.
You know, I would have thought the prostitutes would have been on the run. I would have thought they would have been leaving this area in dozens and dozens. There's no real evidence to support that that is so. They are staying and they are still walking the streets, and unfortunately they aren't being very intelligent about it.
Trevor Lapish was the new head of Bradford CID.
The man that was involved in this series had to be a complete sadist. I mean, he was picking victims at random. Didn't matter whether they were innocent girls, prostitutes, or whatever. But the things that he was doing were horrific injuries. You might think in your own mind he was a madman. But then, of course, you looked at the facts and looked what sort of evidence he was leaving behind. And he wasn't a bad man at all. He was a cruel, calculating individual that was getting a great thrill in what he was doing, a sexual thrill. And the real thing that bugged you was that you were getting onto the phone with it.
While Yvonne Pearson's body still lay undetected, police headquarters had received an intriguing letter with a Sunderland postmark. Writing personally to George Oldfield, the letter said, "I'm sorry I cannot give my name for obvious reasons. I am the Ripper. Warn whores to keep off streets. Old slut next time, I hope." But it was what he didn't say that worried Trevor Lapish.
What disturbed me, and in fact convinced me completely, that if in fact the perpetrator of Yvonne Pearson was the person who had done all the rest, Yvonne should have been in that letter. She wasn't. And I have grave doubts that in fact the perpetrator of the crimes was the same person who was sending the letter to George Oldfield. And let Mr. Oldfield know my thoughts on the matter.
But George Oldfield had a compelling reason to take the letter from Sunderland seriously. "Up to number 8 now," the letter said. "You say 7, but remember Preston 75. Joan Harrison, murdered in Preston in 1975, 3 weeks after the first Ripper killing. The 26-year-old was found battered to death at these garages. A bite mark on her breast showed a gap in her killer's teeth. The motive looked like sex or robbery, so police have not included it in the Ripper series, till now. Over the next 15 months, police heard 4 times from the man in Sunderland claiming to be the Ripper. No fingerprints, but forensic scientists got a chemical reaction to saliva. He had licked one of the envelopes. Further tests revealed the saliva came from someone with the rare blood group B secretor, shared by only 6% of the population, including the man who left semen in the body of Joan Harrison. The link between the Ripper, the letters from Sunderland, and the Preston murder seemed complete. This forensic evidence helped to convince the police that the letter writer and the Ripper were the same person. But when, much later, Peter Sutcliffe's blood was tested, he had a different blood type, B non-secretor. So someone else wrote those letters, someone else killed Joan Harrison, crimes which had never been solved, crimes which led the police disastrously astray.
We thought the letters were genuine. He had, first of all, mentioned Harrison. He had mentioned a number of murders, and the next one will be an old bag in Manchester, or words to that effect. The next one was.
The Yorkshire Ripper did choose an older victim when he crossed the Pennines again in May 1978. Her name was Vera Millward, and she was the mother of 7 children. The 9th victim was a 41-year-old prostitute, a sick woman with only one lung. She died in the grounds of Manchester Royal Infirmary, where she had once been a patient. The attack was typical: darkness, a deserted space, a hammer to the head, interference with the clothes, stab wounds to the body.
This was not frenzied, this was methodical. The wounds were inflicted in a patterned fashion, and again this emerged increasingly frequently. The instrument was inserted through the same wound. It was being pushed through the skin wound, partially withdrawn, so you had tracks going from the same hole, but in different directions on the inside. There was method all the way through this: concentration, thought, and care.
The net is closing. I'm anxious that we catch you before your time to add another death to the appalling catalogue that you've already got to your credit.
George Oldfield now sent hundreds of police onto the streets, a top-secret operation to track down the Ripper among all the men who went looking for prostitutes. Undercover police tracked 500,000 car movements through 6 northern cities, looking for men who went looking for prostitutes in more than one red light district. Officers used the primitive new Police National Computer, not a database, just a long, long list of car numbers and their owners.
It was spewing out numbers, literally by the thousands. And they were in no order other than the time order of appearing in the prostitute areas. So if we wanted to check up and get the information about the movements of one particular vehicle, we had a huge roll, rather like a long 15-inch wide toilet roll. So roll out literally the whole of the way across the Milgard incident room floor. And people on their hands and knees searching for one particular vehicle. We were utterly amazed as the figures had shown with the number of vehicles of men who were hunting in prostitute areas. With each one of those, we had a potential divorce. Some men were even taking the wife's car to go and seek prostitutes. And so the wife was the first person we had to see to find out who was driving. When we were briefing the troops who were doing this inquiry, we stressed throughout our favourite phrase was softly, softly catch
his wife for obvious reasons would say, excuse me, I'm a bit thirsty, get me some water. And 9 times out of 10 we get a cup of tea, which obviously was some preparation out of that room in the kitchen. And then we could talk quickly to the husband about his association with prostitutes. But it was quite apparent that the man was not involved with prostitutes, so we used to use different tactics. For example, we used to say to the wife, now is the chance to get rid of your husband if you want. And that was like an icebreaker. The reactions in some houses were different. I've been thrown out of the house for that in a comic way. Some houses, we know for a fact that it was the husband who was thinking by the wife who wanted to get rid of the husband, not because he was a murderer, but because he was going through a difficult marriage.
Police followed up thousands of sightings, among them a red Ford Corsair, registration number PHE355G. Its owner, Mr. Peter Sutcliffe, of 6 Garden Lane, Eton, Bradford. Sutcliffe was interviewed for the third time in August 1978. His car had been seen 7 times in the red light areas of Leeds and Bradford. He told the police he was on his way to work, and his wife said they rarely went out at night. That information was duly recorded and filed in the index. The following spring, a building society clerk was walking home from her grandmother's late at night across Savile Park in Halifax. She was the 10th victim. Her name was Josephine Whittaker. She was 19. She had been bitten by a man with a gap in his teeth. The internal police report made their feelings clear. The dead girl was not a prostitute, nor was her moral character questionable.
There's no difference in the eyes of the senior investigating officer whether she's a prostitute or a completely innocent victim. At Josephine, the job is exactly the same, but the feelings are different.
The worrying thing now is that he comes out of the red light areas operated in the past, which makes it now available.
I was working at Millwall Street Police Station and spoke to my mother on the phone who lived at Halifax, and she said, hey, a body's been found on the moor in Halifax, the building society girl. So that hit me more because I'd worked at Halifax Building Society prior to joining the police. And when I realised where she had been found, it was considered the best area in Halifax, and thought that someone walking alone on that moor could be murdered. I just wanted to delete it, so it really brought it home to me, just that this man just struck anywhere on anybody.
The murder of Josephine Whittaker meant once again all police leave was cancelled, and morale was high, as the death of Superintendent Vic Holland was called back from holiday to take charge.
There were these approximately 150 officers all assembled there for Vic Holland to come and brief us on this new inquiry. Vic Holland came through the door, and I could not believe the rapturous applause and adulation that man got, myself included, as he entered that chamber. It was remarkable. The only thing I could liken it to was what the Roman cavalry returned to defeat the barbarians and the Roman soldiers banging the shields with the swords. It might sound a corny narrative, but that's how I saw it. Like a great leader returned to lead his troops.
Any murder inquiry is not pleasant. 10 is 10 times worse. But you just have to keep your nose to the grindstone. You've got to keep the truth at it and try and show the same enthusiasm when you're dealing with number 10 as you had when you first came into number 1.
The killer of Josephine Whittaker left behind some excellent clues. Another set of size 7 boot prints, this time clearly showing the right boot more worn than the left. And forensic scientists identified globules of engineering oil in the blood from some of her 25 stab wounds. A man with size 7 boots, the gap in his teeth. A man with oil on his hands and one tooth more worn than the other. An engineer, a factory worker, a lorry driver. No woman in the north of England now went out alone at night if she could avoid it.
When we went across to the car park, we always went 2, 3 of you together. We knew we could be the next victim as easily as anything else. We knew that we mustn't go anywhere on our own.
That's right. Yeah, I think one of the things we did discuss as well is that it would have been really a feather in his cap if he had managed to get one of from the incident.
Sure, yeah.
And that's something we discuss quite often. The fact that we were working with our pattern practices from an observation point of view, he could have been straight and he could have followed any of us to our camps. And we often say, what I said in this camp, if he just happened to get one of the lawyers. And then a final envelope arrived with the letter writing in Sunderland. At Millgard Police Station in Leeds, Sergeant Megan Winterburn was working in the incident room. Mr. Oldfield came in and just shouted, Meg, can you come over here, please? Went across the door and said, I want you in my office now, please. Now, for Mr. Oldfield to say please, I knew it was something of business because he was usually quite a gruff man. And he either didn't use his name at all or he would just say, you, now, my office. And he actually said please, I knew something significant had happened. I remember following him into his office and he had the paper code in there. And he just said, I want you to listen to this.
And I see you are still a new captain. I have the greatest respect for you, George, but Lord, you are no nearer catching me now than 4 years ago when I started.
I sat in the manual typewriter in a little room and typed the transcription. There was a most peculiar feeling in that room. It was like you were sick to your stomach. There was this page that allegedly had come from the Ripper, and just the thought that it might actually be this man's voice, instead of feeling late, it made us feel churned.
I reckon you're going on letting down, George. You can't be much good, can you?
I had to play it over and over again to be able to write the shorthand and then to transcribe it. But yes, first reaction was, this is a man who knows what happened. They went public with the taken letters from Sunderland on the 26th of June 1979. Reporters from all over Britain reported.
After the download, I should be put to the oath. I think it's 11 now, isn't it? Well, I keep on going for quite a while yet.
Public response was enormous. 50,000 calls.
I can't see myself being beat just yet.
We've got over 200 detectives out now following up these. Obviously, it's far too early to say what's coming from any of them. I thought it was taunting us. I thought it was a genuine tape from the Ripper taunting us for not having caught The actions, in fact, of a psychopath in that he enjoys the chase and enjoys taunting the investigators.
A killer taunting this, or a hoaxer wasting their time. Desperate for a positive feeling and a pain, George Oldfield got it wrong. For him and Dick Holland, this was the voice of the killer.
Obviously, I'll live with that for the rest of my life. I'll live with being a party to the wrong decision. But if we hadn't gone down and it had been correct, that would have been even worse for them.
Well, before, we never did anything but aim at them. And they looked at the millions, and we didn't know where he came from. But now that we can localize the idea, the deal is now appreciably a coherence to the reason. I always remember the image, seeing on television, having received the tapes from the man who played from the perpetrator, golden tape. And as George hunched over the tape recorder and listened to it, with Dick Holland at his side, and I thought, well, this is getting personal.
Well, it's been nice chatting to you, George. We'll chat later back.
There could be only one victor in this personal battle. Not the detective from Yorkshire, not the voice from Sunderland, but an invisible man. A man with a Bradford accent. Peter Sutcliffe won 18 more months of freedom, and 3 more women died. Four years in to the hunt for the Yorkshire River, the police were no closer to catching the killer. And inside the files of the forensic pathologist lay post-mortem reports on 10 murdered women. People in West Yorkshire began to lose faith in the police.
Before Sutcliffe was caught, I think the majority of people thought the West Yorkshire police were a load of rubbish.
The Ripper case was the largest, the most significant, the most demanding terms of manpower that had ever happened in this country. I don't think the police service were geared to taking on such a long, hard, difficult inquiry that affected the health and welfare.
3 more women were to die. 3 women whose brutal deaths might have been prevented, but for fatal mistakes made by the police during the biggest manhunt in British criminal history.
I was walking around and felt somebody behind me, and then I noticed a shadow, and then the little finger, and I went down.
I'm sitting here slowly catching you. I have the greatest respect for you, George. But you are. You are no need of catching me now. And 4 years ago when I started.
In the summer of 1979, a manhunt moved northeast to the banks of the River Wear. A man with a Sunderland accent had sent a tape claiming to be the Ripper. Police called in Stanley Ellis, an expert on regional dialects, to pinpoint the origin of the voice.
Well, you see, those were distinguishing for itself because
years back, there was some drawing elements within that piece that can might go back. That was a bit more of an impact of time than October we were expecting. So it was a set for Christmas, but it did seem to me that this Castle was the one that I had the best in mind.
I wonder if the next time again.
The big village of Castletown found itself suspected of harbouring Britain's most wanted killer.
I'm not quite sure where I stand again. So we should I was working. Nearly something like
The Northumbria police arrived in force.
She set up what was on the main street and just playing the safe, walking around the circle, talking to everyone and anyone, trying to attract the crowd. I listened to it. That's the sound we played it, the chess people who were next. We invited people to come in. It was on a loud tailors all the time, from the port shows. When I went to the instant rooms upstairs, I was relieved to take the place continually to people coming up asking me to listen to it. And it was playing all the time in your background when you were whatever you were doing, photostating, filing, indexing, writing, it was there playing in the background. It was, we didn't have a radio or anything, we just listened to a ripper tape day in, day out.
In Castletown's working men's club to this day, the bar is strictly segregated. Women are only permitted in one corner. For men and women here, the Ripper connection sowed suspicion and fear. Police questioned everyone.
Every time you answer a question, it's yes. For example, they said to me, do you travel away? And I said, yes, from time to time. Do you go to Yorkshire? Yes. Do you drive a Ford? Yes. And everything. And by this time you're thinking, hang on, is it me? And of course, with police all over the village, it was a frightening time for everyone.
I mean, they could have picked on you. What could you do about it? I couldn't remember where I was at the beginning of the week. I mean, I was in Bradford as it happened. If they had said, you're the river, I would have proved you're not the river. Horrible, you had a knock on your door and quite the news thing. And you used to be terrified that he could have been him, or you used to suspect everybody. I mean, it was supposed to be somebody writing these letters in Castletown. What's he in Castletown? Walking about, I mean, they should frightened to go out on the night.
Only 5,000 people lived in Castletown, yet nobody recognized the voice.
I was my decision was to continue.
Nobody identified the man who sent the letters in the tape.
So I don't even catching me now.
The failure came as a great surprise to the dialect expert, Stanley Ellis, and his Leeds University colleague, Jack Windsor-Lewis.
It can't be lost.
We were quite sure that its dialect characteristics and its personal characteristics were such that he would be instantly recognised, and therefore he would be found. We were amazed when he wasn't found.
Even if you do get me, I'll probably top myself first.
It could be that just a member of your family you didn't want to grass on them, that sort of thing. You've also got to remember that this whole community did not want the murderers to be from them. And they couldn't believe that all these murders that were carrying on in Yorkshire had anything to do with the motives.
Well, it's been nice chatting to you, George. Yours, chat to the river.
George Oldfield, Assistant Chief Constable, taunted personally by the voice, was still sure that it led to the river. He was wrong, with the tragic consequences. 150 officers have now spent a full year checking cars in the red light districts. A black sunbeam rapier was seen twice in Leeds, once in Manchester, and 36 times in Bradford. The police national computer revealed the name of its registered keeper, Mr. Peter Sackett. In July 1979, Detective Sergeant Andrew Leptune was still a constable. He was sent on a routine assignment to interview the driver.
You were always told that from the next door you knock upon, the next phone call you get. So you went to that house with an open mind.
The next door DC Leptune knocked on was number 6 Garden Lane, Hinton, in Bradford. Home of Peter Sackett, a man of 33 with a Bradford accent, and his wife Sonia.
It seemed an odd couple. He was a lorry driver, she was a teacher. He was very quiet, she was quite vociferous. The thing that struck me more than anything was the uncanny resemblance to the Marilyn Monroe photo fit. The victim who survived, there was an uncanny resemblance. I had bad feelings about the man. He had too many uncanny links with what we knew. There was a gap in his teeth. His shoe size fitted the suspect shoe size. Both my colleague and myself when we left the house looked at each other and said, "We're not happy with this man." There was something sinister about him, something weird. And there's always your own particular irrational gut feeling, if you like, about a person. Well, I submitted a report about our suspicions, got the report typed up, and we got it forwarded to the incident room, and we brought it to the attention of the senior investigating officer.
The senior investigating officer was Detective Superintendent Dick Holland.
I don't specifically remember the last few report. It passed through me along with many, many others, hundreds of thousands of others, and unfortunately I filed it.
Peter Sackett had the wrong accent and the wrong handwriting.
It's something I will have to live with for the rest of my life. It shouldn't have been filed. I wish I hadn't done it, but you can't turn the clock back. It was one of those things that I must say that at that time, no one had seen all the information on Supply coordinated into one file. We were using a manual system. There were no computers of the type that there are today. We live in a computer age, and everything about Supply would be on one file. It never was.
Sackett had now been interviewed 5 times. Crucial information about his earlier record lay scattered in different police files. Information DC Leptune did not know.
Things I didn't know about Peter Sutton when he knocked on his door was that he had a conviction for running quick for theft. When I made an inquiry with the records office, all I got was a note saying he had a conviction for running quick for theft. It did not say that the conviction was